Are you enjoying the conversation? Good heart palpitations over there. Good evening, and welcome to the Monday, August 14th, 2023 Select Board meeting. I'm Rich Mucci. I'm the chair. With me this evening, Vice Chair Anthea Brady, members John Fallon, Michelle Pryor, and Michael Betancourt should be here any second. We're going to get our meeting open. The first part of our meeting is just a Select Board Goals and Work Plan meeting that we've been working on for a couple sessions now. And thank you to Anthea and Michelle for continuing to lead us through this exercise and providing us with an updated, most current logic model. So at this point, I would turn it over to you guys to continue leading us.
All right. Yeah. Well, so really what we wanted to do, we've had this updated logic model. I made some revisions since the last session, and based on the conversation we had, and added a couple sort of refinements to it. But wanted to then walk through it, make sure that sort of all of that still rings true. And then now that folks have had a while to digest it, also figure out if there's anything additional to add, or that doesn't seem right to change at this point. And then note that the major change that we made is, you'll see on the third page, combined the, I think what was economic development and community into one section, so that's goal A.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like the combined
Good.
goal A now.
Okay.
I mean, it's a lofty goal,
Yes, it is.
but yeah, I think it makes more sense that way, personally.
Yeah, page numbers would have been helpful. Maybe the next version also. That.
Just guessing.
Well, there's not that many pages.
I know, but still. So I think we still probably have some activities, maybe some outcomes to define. But I think first let's go through and do things still kind of resonate, and then if we have some additions in terms of outputs or outcomes. And I don't know if we'll get there tonight or at a future meeting, but what are the couple of specific outcomes, or one of the, we now have 5 goals. Do we want to focus on a couple of goals, or go deeper within one goal and focus on a few different outcomes? So, but first let's spin through it and see if anything looks out of place or we want to add.
Sounds good.
While I go add a page number to the bottom.
And do you want to look at, like, are there outcomes we want to add at this point, or just initially anything to change? Because I've thought of a couple additional.
We're starting with goal A, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Start goal A. Absolutely.
For the first item under desired outcome that preserve economic vitality, do you want to add planning board to the list of inputs?
Yes, that would make sense. Thank you.
On the third one, understand who residents are. We have the Communication Study Committee findings, and that's the point we could add the Collins Center for the communications work that they'll be doing.
I was realizing I should switch keyboards. Hang on. I'll be right there.
You also have to look behind you now.
So much going on. My mouse. That'll get me there.
Yeah, we're having a little problems with,
Nice.
Nope.
well, actually,
Mice of the electronic variety.
so this,
First change is planning board here, and then I'm going to the third one and putting Collins Center, I think you said?
Collins Center.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay. Wait. Is it this one? The communications one?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That works.
And remind me again, the short-term outcomes and intermediate outcomes, what's the time period? Is it,
I think we're thinking first 6 months, 6 to 12, or
okay,
or actually 6 to 18, and then 18 plus months, so it'd
Okay.
be half a year and a half,
Yeah.
beyond a year and a half.
And I would be comfortable if we extended that first one to say like a year. Cause it's.
Yep.
We put a lot in there, so, I want to be cognizant of that.
Keep looking at the wrong thing. I'll put it at the top. So short term will make 12 months anyway, right? Okay. Go back.
So for this first one, under short-term outcomes, something that could go in there is just small businesses participate in, I'm trying to think of like how to articulate sort of these local events, local activities. It's a small goal, but one that we could sort of put in there.
so what, I'm sorry, what are we?
So something like small businesses participate in, and then I was trying to figure out exactly what it is that they participate in. So I don't know if it's,
Increase small business
I've been told I can't hear you.
participation in,
Is there any special events you're doing, the chamber's doing?
we're always doing special
Yeah,
events.
right. But like
Uh,
over the holiday season?
So we've got Spirit Weekend in September, we've got, the holiday stroll in December.
So do we want to have the participation increased or at least maintained?
So I was looking at desired outcome, it says preserve, wouldn't want to increase, like the goal, because preserve just sounds sort of like, we're sort of happy with the status quo, but really we want to increase the economic viability.
Yeah, I think so. The way I read that is we want to, first of all, preserve what we have and then foster economic development is the second.
And sustain business, it doesn't sound reactive, it sounds more passive, that's my other thing, it's like, I read that and I'm like, okay, let's up our game a little bit, so.
So you want to do maybe increase economic development and then preserve?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, because that ties into the, it means you're forward-looking, and I think, the way I read that.
You want to increase this?
Yes.
Okay,
Maybe make that the second.
okay. I can do that.
Too picky about it, but you know.
Okay.
So we did get this, we did get $150,000
The rapid recovery.
ARPA earmark for local response rapid recovery planning. We're kind of holding off until we had a town planner on board. We got the money right at the end of 2022, so we had a new town planner start today. So I think we can start thinking about how we want to use that money to potentially hire kind of like somebody who could help.
So maybe we want to add that specifically.
Yeah.
in
Which,
that,
as an
as
out-
an
Under short-term
as an-
outcomes.
define the use of, or goals for, or
Yeah.
develop a plan for
Uh,
how to spend?
So, but does that money have to be committed by next November, or November 24, or does it have to be spent by November 24?
I think it was 2025, but I will check. Yep.
So that was a state
Right, I just,
money.
state money, I just didn't know if it has a similar to the federal requirement, that's all.
Mhm.
So if there's
So-
some immediacy to it, sorry.
Is this within our purview to develop that plan or articulate where the money goes?
Yeah, so I think it's working, it's the town manager's office working with the town planner. We did the LLRP like back in 2021. It was kind of an ARPA, a COVID-related response that the state did to help communities, and now it's implementing part of that, which was to hire an economic development consultant to figure out kind of how we take things to the next level.
Okay. You want to say economic development consultant? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Whoops. Okay. If you can save for me every now and then, Patty, that'd be great. Just type it away. All right.
In the
So Rich, what does the chamber
long-term,
look, I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
Go ahead.
What does the chamber look to the town to do? I'm just, because I'm not a small business person.
Yep.
And I'm sitting here talking about this and trying to define it, but it'd be interesting to hear what your constituents in small business look for us to do for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a kind of a moving target at this
Yeah.
point. I mean, it's been a time of transition, from the town standpoint and also the chamber standpoint, right? So I think you're looking at the chamber that's kind of over the last, year or so is kind of, or 18 months should kind of reshaping itself. And I think it's looking for, any resources that the town could put towards, how can we best work collaboratively, and, to basically achieve what this goal states. And I think, I'm not sure, I can't speak to the past, more than what I've experienced just as been a business owner, but in the past, it's been, a difficult collaboration at times. So I think there's, this is the best I've seen it. And I think everyone's really excited about it. The chamber's growing exponentially in the last 18 months, 2 years, which is great. And I think the town is also, I think COVID kind of forced the town to kind of re-engage with the chamber and things like that. So I think that partnership is something we just need to build off of. And I think from this town standpoint, I think what the chamber's looking for is, and we talked about this with Winchester 101, is like, what are the rules? What policies do we need to follow? Like, just easy access to be able to push that information out, and then also have a pathway to get their information out to people as well. But
Okay.
I'm just one voice on
Yeah,
that.
no, that's interesting.
In the chamber, so. But yeah, any resources, I mean, another thing we hear a lot about is, just access to downtown. There's, been various discussions about how to make it, more accessible, whether it's parking, which always comes up in every conversation we have, or whether it's some type of ride share, or, a shuttle or something like that. I think that's, how do we make it more accessible? We talk about walking and biking, but they're, like I live on the west side, right? It's hard to get up and down that giant hill. I know Mariano does it, but, I mean, I live further up on the hill, so does Mike, so. It would be nice to have those type of resources.
Yeah.
And I know that the chambers, there's been a couple of meetings about different ideas. I think they're excited about that too.
Thank you.
One of the things you might want to add under long-term outcomes is the planning board's initiative to look at the light industrial district. It's not town center focused, but sort of in the Holton Cross Street area.
Yeah, what about North Main Street? That
North
whole-
Main Street, yeah. I don't know if that's more probably more mixed-use focused, but certainly there's a business component to it as well.
Great.
I feel like we had Holton in somewhere else in here, but maybe not.
It's on D, the second one, maintain and potentially grow the existing commercial tax base.
Understand the impact of planning board goals for Holton Cross North Main Street corridors. So we could keep it there, Beth?
Sure. Yep.
But I think you had a specific goal you wanted to articulate. Was that, is the outcome, the long-term outcome, the impact, or is the long-term outcome sort of the vision or what of that?
Are you looking at D?
Yes, I'm looking at D. So the activity is, first, planning board needs to define the goals, right? We need to understand the impact. And is there an outcome for us that we can influence ourselves on that?
I mean, ultimately it has to go to town meeting, so it should, you all support the proposal, helping it kind of get through that process.
Okay. We don't take it, we don't weigh in on that. I'm still on D. Like, we don't weigh in on that goal. It comes, we'll get a presentation, I imagine. It will go to town meeting. We'll all vote if we're town meeting members, right? But there is no sort of select board approval, advising, or edit to that plan, right? That's not our role.
Well, I mean, obviously, if there's anytime there's a town meeting article, people want to
Right.
think what the board thinks of it, so.
Yeah, I would just say, there's been, I've been here for a long time, so I've seen kind of the changes in various boards, but there have been times where the planning board and the select board would meet regularly, have a joint meeting, like sometimes it was quarterly, sometimes it was twice a year. I don't think we've had one in quite a while, so that's kind of a time to hear what their initiatives are and provide some sort of feedback on, what those plans are.
So one thing we could do is convene a meeting.
Yeah.
To understand those goals, right?
Yep.
So that could certainly be either an output or an outcome, but, okay. I
I
think that's an output.
I
Convene
thought
the
we
meeting.
had a goal.
Of more frequent updates?
Yeah.
We do.
I am not seeing it.
This is the last one you sent me.
It's under B. That's the second goal under B, and it's an activity.
Mhm. So maybe we can add something there as well. It can kind of cross.
Or I could just do C, goal B. So I think it's on us, so I'll refer back at least for now. Actually, I'll type that up. To make sure those meetings happen, so at least to invite the discussion and convene the meeting, if that's what we think we want to do from a governance perspective. So I'll throw it in here to go back to that, but, okay. Where am I?
On that last, if we're still in A.
I'll go right back, I promise.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'm just gonna put that little note.
Get ahead of you.
Actually, it's the goal B activity, it's not numbered. Okay, now I'm back up, or I will go back up. at the
Yeah,
end.
so 1, 2, 3, 4th in A, maybe it's the last one, residents, visitors, employees.
Yes,
There, I don't know exactly how we sort of articulate this into here, but there's been some discussion of looking at what was the Committee on Equal Opportunity within town meeting, and sort of putting some attention to how that is rekindled in a way, similar to like human rights committees that other towns have. So I don't know how we,
It's a town meeting thing?
it's like one of the committees of town meeting, like is FinCom and
Okay.
Personnel Board and other things.
Okay. I didn't know they, when was the last time they were active?
1985.
96. So I don't remember it.
Isn't it, as a contributor anyway?
Yeah, I don't think I lived in Massachusetts at that point. So, you know, it's something as the network is an input here, but also thinking of like how to sort of increase the like town governance side of that.
So, I'm following you, I'm just thinking there's something down here in this last one, short-term outcome, sorry about the whole scrolling, but
Yeah, so
boards and
maybe,
committees better represent, I
Yeah.
think,
so maybe it's just, it's into like a intermediate or long-term around like increasing ownership of the activities listed here.
so I'm only just struggling with what
Yeah,
can we
so-
do as the
I'm
board, that's all.
it's not super tangible and not super articulated. But I think we have in activities, working with others, participate in the development of opportunities, which is at this point an activity. I think as a goal, it would be to like increase the ownership of those things such that it's not,
So is it implement those opportunities or assist with implementing those opportunities?
yeah, I think it's
Over here?
like, how does that, is there some sort of shift in, say, help, yeah.
Well, I mean, as we heard last meeting, we have Select Board Policy 1, you know, that, you know, so we have certain policies as an appointing committee that we can certainly, you know,
I mean, we can champion the
yeah.
things, right?
Mhm.
We can participate in, we can champion some of those opportunities or efforts.
Mhm.
Maybe that's it.
Champions
Whether we
the
own
right.
it or versus we're like cheerleaders, because I'm getting down to,
Cheerleader, yes.
what can we,
Champion.
Yeah, your
know.
champion is a good word.
John's a great cheerleader.
Almost as good as governance.
hey,
Not quite, but
close second.
Public sector.
Okay.
woman, Buzzwords.
Okay. We'll try that. Let's change it. Okay. Yeah, maybe they're not gonna increase it. We'll just celebrate. Okay. Anything else on the first one?
Where did I
Yeah, where are we for time? 6:30.
6:32.
Michelle, if you go control S, it will say.
Thank you. It'll save to wherever. There it is. Thank you. I don't want to start doing random shortcut keys. Things could happen.
So just in the last goal as well, we're under, this up Chinese culture, sorry, town meeting,
Yes.
we add the Coalition for a Safer Community as a,
Yes,
Mhm.
absolutely. I can do that.
So I assume this, the way I read this is this last desired outcome, residents, employees, visitors feel supported in and by our community and safe in our community. That's kind of where we put like mental health,
Yep,
that type of stuff.
we do. We have mental health,
Yeah.
which I think Safer Coalition is a good add, given that goal as well.
So I think we're talking about, we seem to have some good outcomes for, diversity and items like that, but I see we have increased awareness of mental health resources available to residents, but what about, a lot of what the coalition does is just programming. So one thing I think we could do is just communicate, we have increased awareness, I guess, but just, rather than just resources, but about the programming that's out there. Maybe it is, I guess maybe it is included in that, but I don't know.
You're gonna have like increased participation.
Yeah, I guess that's really,
So you're specifically talking, Rich, about like us taking the action to sort of elevate that stuff is available, or just amplify, right? That whether we use our channels to make people aware that those resources are available through our meetings or our newsletters or our beyond the calendar?
I think we want to increase the parts, as Dave just said, increase the participation in those programs.
Okay.
So for
I
the.
don't know where my mouse is right now, but we'll find
Yeah,
it soon.
so for the outcome could be increased participation, and then the activity, sort of a corresponding activity there would be, to sort of increase, sharing and communication of those opportunities.
Okay. So is participation our short term?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So conservative, like intermediate for me.
Is it sort of wellness? How about wellness programming? We don't have to call it mental health, just be wellness.
Good.
It's like champion.
I agree.
Just keep your head down, you sit there. Need some typing over your head.
Bring your water bottle?
Sure did.
I was looking forward to it. See who's in the lead.
That's why his lady was looking for it all around the house.
With the
Couldn't remember where we left it.
Charged up, ready to go.
And then, are we doing something on the medium term around awareness? So
We
we just,
have increased awareness.
yep.
Yeah.
Are we adding something to that? No.
I was saying with activities, so activities could add, to communicate and share resources, or yeah, there.
Got it. Okay. Control S. Thank you. Don't want to lose all this great work.
That's what happens when you, technology that was installed 10 years ago starts to go.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should put that down as a goal.
Replace the mouse.
It's the mouse, the
Control
keyboard, the
S.
select one, right?
It's not even the mouse.
It's the connections.
connection there.
Wow.
So it's, the mouse is over on the desktop.
It's fine. It's just a prop right now. It's okay. My fake phone. Okay. Do we want to go anywhere else? I mean, we can certainly focus a lot on goal A as our priorities too, right?
Can we give Mike a very quick recap?
No.
Don't go back to me, keep going.
We did, no, I just went quickly, I'll add, working with the new town planner who started this week on a plan for some economic development, hiring a consultant. We are going to reference back with the planning board on small business or light industrial, making sure that we actually get a report from them in terms of the Holt and Cross Street. We added in the Collins Center as part of our communication plan, and then we talked a bit about diversity, so increasing participation, increasing communication and awareness. We added a few more stakeholders in that as well with town meeting, the Coalition for Safer Community. We added those inputs as well over here, so. That was a quick recap, but I think that's what we did.
Correct.
Okay. So we haven't really moved much off of goal A, Mike. That's the short and long of it. And we defined our outcomes as 1 to 12, first 1 year, 2 years, more than 2 years. We put some outcomes, some time frames on those. In the effort to actually achieve something, give ourselves 12 months. Okay. Where do we want to go next? Governance, my favorite.
On
Let the record reflect that John.
Exactly.
Big
Snoring
Z,
noise?
Z, Z, Z.
Yeah.
No,
On
just Z.
slash.
And the record.
Must we? Yes, we must. Maybe we didn't have to.
On the second one here, can we also add in Collins Center under inputs?
On the,
Role model collaborative behavior inputs. I think that kind of links up with some communications related things.
yes, I can do that. No, go back. Okay.
So I wonder if under governance, I'm not sure, seems like it fits there, but talk about a charter and bylaw review, because that's something that's been hanging out there for
Yeah.
a long time.
Oh, yeah, since input, so that could be the activity
Yeah.
you're thinking about? We have it as an input, but you're thinking it should be potentially, is it an output? Do we do it? Do we want to do it?
Yeah, I
Bylaw
think
review?
it's an output.
Needs to be done.
Needs to be done.
Needs to be done. It's been a while.
Just make it an output then.
1985.
Hasn't been that long.
Put it in here. Do we need to convene, do we have to have a committee to do that?
Yes, there's a process.
Yeah.
And we could there's outside consultants that can help as well, apparently. We might facilitate the process.
Okay. So we need to develop a plan over here for that to
Yes.
happen. Okay.
Yes.
That's how these logic models work. See? Project Management 101 right there. Okay, we'll get a plan over here in this column.
Come on, we're trying to make your favorite goal a little bit juicier. John doesn't fall asleep. You awake over there?
Notes.
Taking diligent notes.
Damn it.
Internal and or external resources. We don't have to say who they are right now. Could be volunteers, could be hired consultants, whatever. First, we have to decide how, then we'll figure out who. Okay. I mean, this one, depending on where that charter review goes, if you're circling back, because this is sort of in boards and committees, right, on issues being discussed and made, I mean, that could totally take off into all sorts of directions. Like, we have people not adhering to bylaws, we have charters not being followed, we have charters that need updates, so we'll start with a review, but I think some of that behavior and or discussions and decisions being made at the right place will be interesting. So that could be, an update to bylaws or town meeting articles, or it could even just be training for boards and committees, right? So we're not gonna change anything, we just need to sort of make people aware that perhaps we should be revisiting our charters more often. I mean, I could make that a longer term outcome, but let's see what it yields. Unless we wanna make it an outcome.
Oh, that sounds good.
Let's just do it first. Okay. John Fallon's gonna be on that committee as a favor for audit advisory. You get that one right back.
Oh, that's right.
It's coming. We also noted, Mike, that we combined this one and renumbered, so we are A through, I have to renumber. We have 5 goals now instead of 6, but I haven't renumbered D, E, and F. But we did combine community with economic development and community. Okay. Fiscal. So this is clearly a gaping hole of an output, which I should have caught probably. If the activity is to develop a fiscal plan, then the output really ought to include a fiscal plan, just saying.
When we talk about fiscal plan, are we talking about like a capital plan?
Fiscal plan.
Or,
Yep, goal D, until I renumber them. We should probably give ourselves some horizon to do that.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if that's 12 months or it's longer.
I would
But
say
if
longer.
If the activity is to develop the plan, we should have an output being the plan. So I can put it in intermediate, fiscal plan completed.
I think one of the short-term outcomes should be the OPEB policy that we've discussed for a while about transferring the OPEB liability payment to the pension liability, or the other liabilities, that long-term liabilities that we have to plan for.
So is it finalize or implement? Because you have the plan.
Create a like have the board adopt an OPEB, the policy that we've discussed.
Is it to fund the OPEB plan or to implement the OPEB plan?
So it's transferring the kind of pension.
Yep.
Once we pay off the pension
Right.
liability, we're gonna transfer
To
the
the OPEB.
commitment to transfer that to the OPEB.
I am familiar with
Yeah.
that one. Okay, so the policy that's gonna fund it, got it. I think that probably reads correctly then.
Right. I think my understanding, it's been talked about for a long time. It's
Yes.
just never been like.
Written down?
Right.
Different strategies around it, but I think, what is it, the end of the decade, we're kind of targeting for that.
Yep, it keeps moving out,
I was
but
gonna say, we keep like.
it's still getting closer than it was, so, okay. This is where we had that tax base piece. So, I'm sorry, Holton and Cross Street and commercial tax base. So here, Mike, just so you're aware, the idea was we want to make sure that we're inviting the planning board to a quarterly meeting or some meeting to update us on what their goals are. So under that sort of like community-based, like getting along better with boards, let's make sure we understand what that is.
Or attend their meeting.
Or attend their meeting, but at least convene something, so that we're up to date. Okay. And the last one there is Community Preservation Act, which is sitting on our table. Is there anything you want to do with CPA under the last fiscal goal? Probably not. I'm just down here. Well, I can't tell you, but I'm down at the bottom. I'm down here.
So I think your short-term outcome is to potentially bring that to the spring town meeting, right, as a warrant article.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, short term is the study, intermediate is probably fall town meeting, and then long term is spring town meeting, and then voters in 24, so.
Yeah, so we were talking about the short term is 12 months, so I think that would, those three would be in short term, the study report, fall and spring town meeting, or spring town meeting warrant, and then intermediate would be to pass CPA in November 24.
Okay. How did I just get yellow? What happened there?
Good luck on doing that.
I know, right? It's like, it's always good because you feel like,
Oh,
I
I've
just
got a
learned this
trick.
workout.
You want the trick? I got the trick. You just press, select it all, and then
I was doing.
you got it. You press
Wait.
Alt.
I did, didn't I?
Yeah.
Okay.
This better be saved, Michelle.
Gonna write let's see if I'm still typing in yellow. I am.
And then select it. Select the yellow stuff,
Okay. Yep. Got it.
and then Alt.
Where am I?
If you just hit Alt
Alt
on your
H.
key,
Yep.
press Alt.
press it.
Oh,
Press.
there it is. Okay, and then press H.
Okay.
And then
I.
I tuned into the
Take an
select
eye
board
chart.
meetings
And then-
for MS Word
And N.
tutorials.
Learn how to use Excel?
Dude, there's someone on Instagram who's made like millions of dollars just like doing this over Excel, and
And there it is. Dang.
Still there.
Okay, I'm just gonna write it.
Just gonna
I'll
laugh
clean
at
it up
you.
later.
You know how to find it, it's highlighted.
You know what our changes are, right? So it'll be highlighted.
Alt H
oh, it went away.
I maybe.
Continue typing. Press escape. Try it again.
Nah, I'll just fix it later. We'll fix that later. There it is, nice and slow. Great. Okay. You're in the wrong place, but that's all right. Anything else you want to do while I have fun with formatting?
So I think,
So
Save.
something that, I look at this, it doesn't really fit neatly into this desired outcome under D. It's talked about here, it talks about, what is it?
Oh my god,
Maintaining
now
our-
what did I just do? Did I just
What'd
flip
you
my
do?
screens? Ah. Whoops. Page layout. I don't know what I just did.
Oh, good is view. You did the split screen.
Yes, I did. Is it view, you think? Alt V?
I think you have to hit escape to back out of it and then try it again.
You know, one day I want to close this whole thing since I just saved it. Do I really though? No, I don't. Go back.
It's Control Alt S.
For what?
Toggle.
/delete. Oops, my mistake.
Exactly. Oh my god, how do I get out of here even?
Escape.
I know, I'm hitting escape.
Escape hatch.
Escape is not doing it.
Alt.
all right, I think we're done for
I think,
tonight.
I think that's pretty funny.
D, that's good.
We got through D, it's right.
So the mouse isn't working, is that the whole thing?
What just happened?
Oh, there. You're just navigating up, and then it should get you back to that arrow. Hopefully. No.
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 Close. I'm gonna close.
I'll take notes on paper if you want.
Don't save. I know I just saved. Okay, now Patty, how do I pull it back up?
Control O.
Control O. Logic model. See if the page break is there. Nope, look at that. Everyone needs an Anthea when they're on camera screwing up formatting. That's what I learned today. So someone was saying, John, you're saying under goal D,
Oh, no, I'm under F, never mind.
under F.
I did mine.
Okay.
Good.
Oh,
Structure.
sorry, Michelle.
What,
We lost your CPA piece.
after all that?
That's why I was concerned when you didn't say.
Okay. It was so fun to put it in the first time. Let's do it again. Really? All right. CVA is passed.
Basically, it's being recorded, so I can go back and fill in.
And it's back. Gremlins. Okay.
Did you want to say something about F, John? We got like 5 minutes left.
It's just
Yes.
that, this is like competing for resources here, is that we need a capital override someplace. Because we talk about in here, high-quality facilities are maintained at a level that, this is under F.
Mm-hmm.
And so outputs, outcomes, I don't know if it fits in under activities, action steps, but like the analysis of what's gonna be needed for capital funding,
Mhm.
which is 25, 30, $35 million, more, maybe, probably, could be, in
Yep.
the next 5 years. The CPA can't fund all of that, and it doesn't apply to all of that. So,
Right.
because it has to be a discussion item someplace in here. It should be, it can't be delayed.
Yep.
So analysis of capital funding?
Of the, well, we have an analysis of the capital, just think like, I was reading about the school, the gym floor.
Mhm.
So we don't know about it for 5 years. But I just found out about it now. So why weren't we planning for it? Because we knew there was gonna be an eventuality. That's all. That's what adults do, is we plan. And then we plan some more. We execute. So that's where I'm coming down with that. That was my thinking behind that. So how many more other gym floors do we have out there? Who knows?
I
So-
think that's,
Yep.
part of the VFA software is to help.
But we only bought one part of that.
We bought the building stuff, but to your point, yeah, we don't have the, doesn't have vehicle
So-
maintenance or road, we have other systems for that.
Exactly. We have other infrastructural.
John, does that get us here? Funding is dedicated and maintained for maintenance, or are we what? I'm just thinking the next thing down has recurring funding for long-term capital.
Except that it's not really
Recurring.
it could be recurring funding, but it depends on how you write the override,
Yes.
yes. So I guess it could fit in there. It's just, to me, that's like an action step that we should be talking about now.
So, assess the need for
Say, Mike,
capital.
or not, like the complementary, the CPA, and a capital override.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that we have to be pretty candid about the fact that the CPA is not going to be a silver bullet.
Right.
It's,
For
you know,
everything, right.
And some of them are not, some of the objectives with the CPA, and we'll talk about it later a little bit, but are not capital focused, they're policy focused.
Right.
So, that's the thing, so.
How about that?
And maybe the conversation is, is there a, override that is, like you're saying, 20, 30 million, whatever it is that one lump sum, or do we just look for increases to the stabilization funds, as a,
Yeah.
that's what the analysis will be, I guess.
Or other funding mechanisms?
So I think that's probably one of the ongoing issues too, is that the stabilization funds themselves are just not,
They're adequate.
I would, just in what you're typing there, sort of
Yep.
divorce it from the CPA.
Okay.
Yeah. I agree.
Because CPA for us will be, they're saying it's gonna take a long time for that ball to get rolling, right? And we'll be sort of like,
Okay.
as you set a snowball down a hill versus something that's gonna immediately, solve a large capital problem. So I think that sort of separating those two issues makes it a little clearer.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, Michelle, I think I would take mechanism for facility maintenance and infrastructure.
Sure. Whoops. Okay. How's that?
Good.
Okay, save. See how we do.
Are we at a good stopping point
Yes.
for now?
I think so.
Okay. What is the next step with this?
What do you think?
Well, my first thought is let's now make it look pretty.
I recommend yellow
So yeah, there's yellow highlights everywhere. But I think
to our skill set.
what,
Good news,
The
it's
master of
10,
yellow.
it's 10% formatted then.
but I think what we can do now is like we have this in a very like it's been very workable for us to put this information in, and then
Says you.
it's been very workable for the 5 of us sitting at the table, not including Michelle. But then what we can do is actually take a look at it and show like some direct connections as well, and where you can see like what is actually leading to something else and how that's going to have an impact, and sort of in a couple of examples that had some color coding. Not just because I love color coding, but some color coding that can show where there are threads within things. And kind of start to get it to a point where, if we're in a,
Miss and quiet.
It's not a beer.
Let the record reflect that that's a beverage.
if we're in agreement on this, or, in agreement enough that we can start working with it to reformat and get it in a way that we can start to communicate it out and be able to bring it to
So
town meeting.
do we want to schedule some time at our next meeting on September 11th to look at that, or do we want more time to?
I think we could. I would only just defer to the group because I was just looking at Beth's report. We have warrant articles coming up. We have a bunch of stuff. So whether we do it September 11th or we do it right before fall town meeting, I think it might be ready at that point in 3 weeks. I just don't know if we need to put the time on like this.
Maybe the 25th
Versus-
might be better.
25th might be better, yeah, that sounds fine. Some lighter agenda. And I think the other thing we should do, so we can make it kind of, make the links in a picture, but also let's pick off, are we gonna try to do all the short term? Maybe not, but let's pick off the ones that we think we can and then figure out, then that, if we pick what they are on the 25th, what's the plan? Who's gonna own it within the own, so like select board, work plans or committees, who's gonna champion some things?
So if it's okay with everybody, could we meet at 6 o'clock on the 25th?
Sure.
I think so.
I gotta figure out, we're meeting 6 o'clock today. Sure.
All right. So we'll plan to do that. Thank you both. Thank you to everyone for
Yeah.
continuing on in this.
Get this
Um,
keyboard away from me.
So,
Just in terms of, I think I don't know if anyone's listening. The 25th is Yom Kippur. I don't think that,
does that bother anybody?
Move our meeting? What, sorry, you're saying?
We always have a meeting.
we've met last year
Last year we did.
on that date, but, there's nobody here viewing, so,
We can talk about it.
yeah, we can.
We'll plan for our second meeting in September
You can just save for me.
to put it on.
Send it back.
All right. Well, thank you. So at this point, we are in need of an executive session. We're reached that portion of the meeting. So if there's a motion for that, you can take a vote and then take a recess till about 7:30 from WinCam.
We move to executive session to discuss 25 to 27 Waterfield Road, Waterfield Lot, and Winchester Hospital pilot to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Their DPW MOU to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, for the Asa Fletcher Fund to discuss the reputation, character, physical condition, or mental health rather than professional competence of an individual.
Second.
Roll call vote. John?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Anthea?
Yes.
Mike?
Yep.
And I vote yes as well. All right, we'll go into executive session till about 7:30. resume our open session. We just had a brief executive session, so we're back on the August 14th, 2023 Select Board meeting. My name is Rich Mucci. I'm the chair for all of you that walked in. I'm with my colleagues Anthea Brady, John Fallon, Michelle Pryor, Michael Betancourt, and Town Manager Beth Rudolph. So we're going to pick up where we left off, and we're going to do the acceptance of donations.
Move that we accept with gratitude a donation of $750 from the Winchester Savings Bank to the Recreation Department for the concerts on the Common.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Move that we accept with gratitude a donation of $648 from families and individuals from the Winchester Recreation Department to the Recreation Department's Neighbors Helping Neighbors Fund.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Move that we accept with gratitude a donation of $500 from Betty and Bernie Crowley to the Recreation Department to purchase a memorial bench at Packer Ellis Tennis Courts.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Move that we accept with gratitude a donation of $7,563.89 from the Winchester First Responders Fund to the Fire Department to purchase a treadmill.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Move that we accept with gratitude a donation of $558 to the Council on Aging, $185 for appreciation of services, and $373 for Meet Up Mondays socialization.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Should do the
Great.
supplemental.
Sure.
Move that we accept with gratitude a donation of $20,000 from the Cummings Foundation to the Winchester Coalition for a Safer Community for their substance and mental health issues program.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Move that we accept with gratitude a donations totaling $3,500 from Winchester residents to the town of Winchester to be applied to the Shannon property appraisal cost.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone, for those donations. Always very much appreciated from the town. Beth, do you want to do your report?
Sure. So just a few updates. First, I'm very pleased to announce that the town finally has a town planner on board. Mr. Taylor Herman started his first day of work today in Winchester. He has a Master of Architecture and has worked for the past several years in urban planning and community engagement. So I hope everyone will
It's good news.
help me in welcoming him to our community. Also, some exciting news from the Mystic River Watershed Association. They just received some funding just over $200,000 to look at extending and improving the existing trail network along Mystic Valley Parkway along the Mystic Lake. So help to connect the existing track community bikeway at the Wedgemere Station all the way down into the Medford side of things. So I think that would really be a really great project. Having worked on the bikeway myself, I can tell you that it would be was one of the things we always discussed about a possible future connection. Lots of construction projects going on. We are finishing up the abatement work is finished at the transfer station, finishing up removing all the debris, and we have paving tentatively scheduled for the weekend for Sunday, August 27th and Monday, August 28th, weather permitting. Work is well underway also at the Parker School to bring that online for September start for our swing space. The modular classrooms are installed, just waiting on Eversource to install our transformer up there to get the building powered up. And the Lynch School project itself is expected to be bid in October. Phase 1 of the electrical work at the Morocco School should be finished by the end of this month, and then the contractor will be back in over April vacation to finish up the remaining work that was delayed due to supply chain issues. The McCall School masonry project is underway as well. Work at the front entry will be completed before school starts, and there's some additional work around the building that will be performed during the school year. Lake Street Bridge project is on schedule, moving forward at this point. The Winter Pond Water Quality Project was completed. There was a water quality unit installed in Woodside Road. We're working on figuring out kind of next steps on 2 of our bridge repairs at the Washington Street Bridge and Cross Street Bridge. We're hoping to move forward with the Cross Street Bridge repairs this fall. We have some work that we're working with DPW at to improve the drainage around Winchester High School. That project was bid and it came in too high, so we're trying to figure out what we can do on our own and then try to rebid the project for the future. The McDonald Field Pump Station, the permanent station, that project is currently out to bid, and that bid opening is scheduled for August 30th. And then some other projects we have kind of kicking off. We have an initial meeting this week with our design team to look at the schedule for the Lynch School traffic study. We'll have a lot of meetings and a lot of work to do over the fall as we come up to spring town meeting to bring that back to town meeting for construction funding. Similar, we're kicking off the initial start of the town center traffic improvements, which we got a $500,000 earmark to complete that work. And then we'll be bidding the final improvements out at Woodside Road along Winter Pond later this month. And then I think maybe at the end of the meeting, we can talk about the
Sure.
select board schedule. And then I just want to mention that there's 2 concerts left in the Winchester Recreation Department Summer Concert Series. One on this Wednesday, August 16th, and then one next week on August 23rd at the Common, starting at 6:30. Thank you.
Any questions for
I do. Beth, the high school drainage project did we think it was gonna be like 350, 380 in width?
In terms of the money we had, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Where the bids come in at?
More than we had.
Right, was
I
it
don't,
like
I don't know
500,000
the.
or okay?
Yeah,
I
I'm
just
not
wanna
sure.
know,
I can
like-
get that number.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
Yep.
Beth, can I ask on Lake Street Bridge for the high school, is there any sort of planning around sort of making that access easy for folks who are being dropped off at the high school or anything like that?
On Lake Street, do you mean? Or
Yes.
so like making like a turnaround place for, that's not something we've discussed, but that's a good idea, so that people could walk over the footbridge there on Lake Street.
Yeah, just, because I know as you come through that way, there's sort of big signs that say it's closed 1 mile ahead, but that could be a good way to
Yep.
sort of get some traffic that might otherwise go around because they're not sure how close they can get.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
Other questions? All right, thank you, Beth. At this point, I will open the meeting to public comment. I'll remind everyone that if you have something to say, raise your hand. I'll recognize you. Come on up to the table, state your name, state your address, and then I'll recognize you for 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes of public comment. So is there anyone here for public comment? Come on up.
Sit or stand?
You can sit.
Ferenc Vajda, 20 West Chardon Road. And this is in regards to the rec department and background is tennis courts. Just one sheet of work. Before I start, I'd like to see everyone who's here in support of the tennis courts, please raise your hand.
All right.
So as I said, my name is Ferenc Vajda. I've been the town resident for 25 years. My wife is also here. She was instrumental in writing this presentation here. And I'm here to speak on behalf of about 200 residents who are members of the Winchester Tennis Association. We call it the WTA, not the same WTA you see on TV, but this little community we have. And really, I'm here on behalf of everybody else to raise our concern about the condition the courts are in. And really to also voice our strong support for the capital committee that has a line item to support some work on the tennis courts. You probably know that the courts are about 100 years old, so they've been around a long time, and they are in fact the oldest public facility in New England of this kind, and they're by far the largest. What you may not know is that they've been in disrepair for many, many decades, really very little to no maintenance for many, many years. And to make matters worse, there was a huge rainstorm about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago now. And as a result of that, and I'm sure also caused by the lack of structural maintenance over the decades, the courts basically went downhill pretty rapidly. I don't know whether you've seen any pictures. We'll certainly gladly share some pictures. But this single storm washed away a part of a retaining wall. It destabilized stairs and deposited debris on all the courts, despite the heroic effort of our maintenance crew, who are town employees and students. Some courts to this day cannot be used, so that's how bad the damage was. And again, I'm not a structural engineer, but I'm pretty confident that part of the severe damage was caused by the lack of maintenance over years. We all know if you don't maintain something, then damage becomes more severe. The WTA itself has been around for about 94 of those 100 years, so but our predecessors have been around for decades. And we've done many, many smaller projects on and around the courts for a long, long time. But as I'm sure you appreciate, our budget does not allow for anything of this magnitude that involves capital improvements. And please understand that these courts are not just a place where people play tennis. The Paccarelli's courts are much more than that. It's a place for many generations, over 100 years, as I've said, where people get together for social connectedness, lifelong friendships outside of the tennis courts are built, people volunteer and help each other. These courts indeed offer immeasurable, what we will, or I would call intergenerational benefits that no social program spending can really replace. If you go to the courts at any time, you see generations from early teens to late 80s and beyond playing tennis. Again, as you probably know, the courts are also the home of the girls and boys high school tennis teams that have brought pretty good results over many, many years to the town. And the courts offer daily tennis lessons for young and old, weekly round robins that the WTA organizes, continuous tennis matches, and 3 tennis tournaments each season. We have 2 specific requests for you to consider, please. One is, again, in light of what's happened recently, we strongly feel that there's a need for emergency repairs due to the latest storm, and also to fund an engineering design study to assess the overall condition and needs of the courts. I should say modestly proud on behalf of the WTA to say that to this day we can pledge $10,000 to defray the cost of the design and engineering study. In closing, what I would like to say again on behalf of all the members who've entrusted me to talk to you, that the courts mean a lot to our residents. Again, much more than simply tennis courts. And that the WTA is here to help defray some of the long overdue maintenance costs via future fundraising. So this is what we've been able to raise so far, but we're committed to help if necessary further. And really our goal is to leave the facility for future generations in a better condition than we found it. But we need your help. We cannot do it on our own. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I think tonight, during the capital presentation, we'll hear what the capital committee is considering. We did invite our rec director tonight to our meeting. He couldn't attend tonight, but it's certainly something that we'll stay focused on and see what he says. I know there are several pictures taken. I think, Mike, you might have been out there.
Yeah, I was out there and saw, it was really, this last storm was the straw that broke the camel's back there, and it's been in disrepair for a long time. We haven't invested almost anything in it. There's been some limited maintenance, removing branches, things like that, but it is, on the verge of being shut down. It's an enormous community resource, and part of it is our responsibility with Palmer Street as well, and the flash flooding that affects the water going down towards Beauregard Beach and rushes over the tennis courts. And so it's been maintained for a lot of years by the good work of the WTA and the members, but I think it's time for us to really consider a short-term and long-term solution there, and it is certainly valuable, and the money that was raised is certainly substantial to defray the cost of some engineering work on our end there. So, one thing too is our rec department has been in high gear over the past couple of years since Nick took over, and the programming of that facility has increased rapidly. So it would be a shame to lose that momentum, because not only is it where our high school kids play, but it's where a lot of kids take lessons, learn tennis, and stay with the community. So we can talk about it later, but it's as bad as any other facility that I've ever seen here in town, and it's a shame, but I'm glad that it's on our agenda to take care of. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else here for public comment? All right. Seeing no one, we'll move to our business agenda. And our first item of business is the Eversource 345 update. Hey, guys. I said we put you on first tonight, so we wouldn't make you wait 3 hours.
I appreciate that.
I know you had fun in the hallway for 3 hours the last time, but
It's like going to camp. I had Doritos and a Mountain Dew.
Well, you can go
We
home
could-
and watch the rest of our meetings, right, as I'm sure you always do.
so, wanted just an up,
You want to do it or you want me? All right. I thought you were going to do it. Oh, I don't mind.
I can switch over.
Trust me, don't move that thing.
Okay.
so we're about 2 weeks out from kids going back to school. I know you guys have been very busy over there with some challenging conditions and storms and, a lot going on. Certainly gotten a lot of emails in the last week and a half. I don't know if other members have as well, just about, concerns of some of the residents over there about sidewalks and access. And, I just think people are, getting to the point where, they've kind of been in a construction zone for a little while now and want to know what's happening. So, I appreciate you guys coming back 2 weeks later to give us an update. So why don't you fill us in on where you're at and how things are going?
So last Tuesday, we successfully did the first pipe pullback. We managed to do it in one day, so we didn't have to leave the pipe in the middle of the road overnight, which was, I think, a success. I think that's what we'll try and do again on the second time. The goal is to do the second pipe pullback before school starts on September 6th. So we would get all that equipment out of there. We'd still have a minor operation, a kind of a traditional trenching operation during that time frame. But we'd have the majority of the pipe pullbacks done and inside the ground. So the big operation would leave. Again, that's the goal. We did get delayed a little bit on the pipe pullback. It was supposed to happen on Saturday. There were some concerns. They wanted to pull a plug through, so we did that and managed to pull the pipe pullback on Tuesday. We're still working between Cleveland and Manhole 3 as well. And then we have Manhole 4 to 5, which is River to Highland View, I believe is the last remaining section. So you can kind of see that on this map. It's very similar to last time. We're just proceeding. We are making progress, but it probably looks the same to you guys. I do know that as far as outreach, Eric, we had outreach with the school last year. I don't know if you want to touch on that.
Yeah, and we also have an appendix and then a draft notification later on in the presentation, but last year we sent an update to the school board. The school board was able to relay that to each of the schools in the area, and that would be sent out to their notifications or their regular notifications to parents and guardians. So our expectation is about 1 week before the start of school this year, when we have a better understanding of the progress as we near the start of school, we'll send that out to the school board as well and have the same process done again. Last year we did it for the work on Washington Street. This year we'll do it for the cross-street work.
And I think just some of the emails that I've seen is that I think there's just some concerns about just some of the sidewalks in that area and maybe, it's a big project,
Sure.
just being, access and compromise maybe due to construction at this point. So with, even like a trenching operation, I assume you'll have some type of detail or something to make sure that the kids have a safe route to
Absolutely,
school.
yeah. And we
Okay.
did put down some temporary asphalt. I think our superintendent worked with Matt from the DPW to
Okay.
try and address those concerns that we had at the last meeting.
Yeah.
And try and address them for this. So I believe we've satisfactorily met that.
Okay.
But if there's any concerns, please reach out, because we don't want people feeling unsafe or walking in the street.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we got some feedback towards the end of last week that staff worked with your team to address
Okay, great.
before the weekend.
And it's just a busy area with after-school programs, right, and that, where you've been working, so, I think 30 to 40% of the activities after school are in that area, whether it's Russian math or, gymnastics or soccer or something, or, theater. So, appreciate you just making sure the access is available and making sure that you have proper details at all times to assure people know which way and which direction they can and can't go.
Yeah, and please let us know if there's a concern. We certainly, we had a community meeting, I think last two Tuesdays ago, or I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday. And that was one of the concerns that a mother brought up, and, to us, that's certainly something we want to address. We don't want people to feel unsafe crossing the street or walking down the sidewalk.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys taking care of that right away and talking with safety officer over there and getting on it. So I think that residents were happy. So thanks.
Yeah, I drove past on my way here tonight to take a look, and the sidewalk was definitely, I actually saw 2 kids walking up the sidewalk, and clearly they were able to get through. So that is open. I know one of the concerns has been just that the sidewalk closed barrier has been left up at the end of the day. So we're just making sure that it's clear that that sidewalk is passable. When you all are done will be helpful. And then just separately, what I noticed as I was driving is both there and at Cross and Forest, the roadway is really treacherous in how things are sort of put back at the end of the day. There's a lot of cones and one of the big like barrels kind of as you're coming up Cross Street. So it's really narrow right there. So just to, think of what that would look like to somebody driving through in the dark as they come out from, or going towards the bridge or under that bridge where it's sort of right where that construction work was.
Okay, I can talk to the team about making sure everything's buttoned up kind of in a neater manner. Picture it at night type of thing. It's not the same as when you can see with the daylight, so.
Yeah.
And I think the plan is to start work after school starts.
Yeah, so maybe you could talk a little bit, so you have right now you're excavating, so you can do the second pipe pull, right?
Correct.
And then that pull will be done, when do you think the actual pulling will be done?
So right now, they're projecting the 28th. We'll probably
Okay.
update you. I'm hoping it happens a little sooner, but
Okay.
that's kind of what they were projecting based on their previous production. There were a couple hiccups on the previous production. If those don't happen, then it might be a couple days sooner.
Okay.
Then we've got to pull the interior pipes through.
Yep.
So right now, the 2 24-inch pipes go through, and then we have to pull the carrier pipes through. That doesn't involve really any drilling. The path is already there, so we'll get those out before school starts and get those pulled through. And then you'll see a grouting machine on either end, and they're going to grout the pipe and fill it up and make sure that it's all solid. And then what we would have to do at McCourt with the traditional trenching crew is then connect to the duct banks that are stubbed on either end.
And there's
So
a
that's-
lot of work to do to restore the 2 pits you have on either end,
Correct,
right?
yeah.
So do you think that work will be done before school starts, or that work will
I
be
think
ongoing?
that work will probably roll into when school starts, and
Okay.
and we're aware of the restrictions that we had
You have an
last year.
8:30 start time, yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
Yep. Okay.
All right, so we just wanted to meet again to just get an update, because we won't meet again until after school starts, and just make sure the plan's in place. It sounds like you've had experience last year doing this, so just a little bit more of a delicate construction site out there at this point with the pipe pulling and everything. So certainly, we appreciate all you're doing, keeping the residents informed and being responsive when we get complaints. We appreciate that very much. So if we could just keep that in mind as school starts, that would be, very
Absolutely.
helpful as you've been doing. Anybody have anything else? Yeah,
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead.
Do you mind going back to the map of, just in general, road? So, one thing I've also heard, trying to figure out where I am, okay. Where that red line is between manhole 4 and manhole 5. There's a lot, especially when Cross Street is closed towards the end, there's a lot of traffic that's going down Loring. That's the detour. I don't know if there's sort of what the status is of continued work with having Cross Street closed, but I think residents there are also feeling like they're getting a very direct impact, but they're not getting a lot of notification or information. So something to consider if there's additional outreach, that sort of getting out to that those folks who are really impacted by traffic as Cross Street is closed would be important too.
Do you think that you'll have the work at manhole 3 done before school starts?
It's going to be close, if I'm being
Okay.
honest with you. It's going to be
Because
close.
that work, those are Woburn details, because, is that true, or, yeah?
So it's kind of on both ends. So we
Yeah.
have the Winchester details over by Loring and Detour, but we have Woburn details on Main Street.
Okay, and is Woburn the one, will you stick to the same 8:30 start time if you're still working at that end when school starts, even though that's in Woburn, but like right on the line, will you still stick to that 8:30 start time?
If it's requested of us, we'll have to, yeah.
I mean, I think,
So,
I think we have the same constraints in
I
Woburn.
believe,
okay.
not knowing all the restrictions off the top of my head, but
Yeah.
I think if you tell Jay Duran to put it on my permit, then that's what I have to follow. So I'll tell you the path to get me there. And I'm sure he's
Okay.
will agree, so. I'm hoping to have it buttoned up in the Woburn section. And we're gonna be close to the manhole 3 to 4, almost completely, at least the duct bank installed would still probably be backfilling. It's, the last or the longest pole in the tent is 4 to 5. Because we haven't been working 4 to 5 while we work 3 to 4, just to keep traffic flowing.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, well, thank you guys for coming in. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have some committee and commission appointments. The first up is the Cultural Council. We have 4 positions. We have 1 incumbent and 3 new applicants. So I'm going to call them up one at a time, and then we can consider all of them and discuss and vote. So is Trish Gannon here? Come on up, Trish. How you doing?
Fine, thanks. How are you?
Good. So you've applied to be on the Cultural Council for a term to expire July 31st, 2026. So do you want to just tell us, we got your application, but do you just want to tell us a little bit about why you want to be in the Cultural Council, or
Sure.
anything that would help us?
Okay, thank you. Well, the arts have always been important to me. I personally am an artist. I do pastel paintings and photography, and have always kind of prioritized art in my life, and supporting the arts and culture, as I said, kind of personally through music and theater and museums, and kind of supporting all of the resources in our communities. And professionally, I have worked to support and promote nonprofit organizations across Massachusetts for the past 30 years or so, and in different capacities. And I have a lot of board experience with nonprofits as well. So I think the Cultural Council is really in a unique position to kind of bring all of those resources together in helping artists and individuals and organizations and support the arts for our community. And I think as we think about the world today, arts are so important in that what we can do to bring community together. So that's important to me, and I think I would hope to add benefit through my experience for that and for our town. I know our town is getting ready to celebrate a big anniversary in a few years, and I think the arts should be a big piece of that.
Great. Any questions for Trish? Okay. I just want to say thank you for volunteering to serve on the Cultural Council. As you said, it's a growing committee that's really doing great work in our town. So thank you for wanting to contribute and make our town better.
My
with
pleasure.
the arts. All right.
Thank you.
You can have a seat. I'm going to call up Margaret Lynch. Margaret, how are you? What would you like to tell us about yourself? We have your application, and
Wonderful. I found out about the position on the Civic Engage. I started getting the emails about the different meetings and appointments, and
Great.
I saw this, and I said, this is a really great fit. And the reason I applied, and I think I could contribute, is my professional background in running grant programs, both large and small, to support projects in a variety of areas, including creative arts, humanities, and social sciences. And so I have a lot of experience drafting applications, soliciting people to apply, managing a committee. All of the decisions I make in my job in higher education are committee-based, and sometimes people disagree. And so my role is to build consensus so the committee can come to a decision. And I really like the collaborative process of working with a lot of different people from different backgrounds. And so I work with people on committees with many different backgrounds in different areas. Some are in the creative arts, some are in humanities, some in library sciences, some in social sciences, and some in sciences. And it's really great to see the impact that these funds have on a person's project. And so I see a parallel with the Cultural Council in Winchester, because I like the focus on serving the Winchester community and having events and grants that serve the Winchester community, and I would love to be a part of that.
Any questions for Margaret? Well said.
Great.
Thank you very much
Thanks.
for your willingness to serve.
Absolutely.
Is Arson here? Come on up, Arson. How you doing?
Good.
What would you like to tell us about about yourself or the position on the Cultural Council?
Okay, I'd just like to start off by saying that culture for me has especially garnered a strong connection, especially in the past few years. Growing up as an Armenian American, I never felt that strong connection to my culture, only a few things taught by my grandmother, and really I think more people need to earn that connection to culture, cuisine, poems, dance, and song, and that's why I want to join the Cultural Council so I can help others find that connection with their own culture and other cultures, and to sort of learn more about themselves. And as for my own experience in organizing, leading events, I was part of Winchester High School Student Council in 9th grade, and we did a lot of cultural events there. Like we had Multicultural Night, for example, which involved a bunch of students coming together to perform different types of dance, cooking, cuisine, and then all of them learned from different cultures. We also had Night of the Arts, which was an art gallery event in May, where we had a bunch of artists use their cultural artistic expression, and we established an art gallery in the dining commons of Winchester High School. All of that being said, I really thought once I heard about the Cultural Council, this would be a great way to keep on making people get that connection with cultures. Yep.
Great. Any questions for Arson? So it sounds like your brother had a good experience on the board, and
Yep.
going to follow your brother's footsteps. That's great. But it's always great to see high school students get involved like this in their community and give back. It's really amazing. We're very fortunate. So thank you for applying.
Thank you.
And your willingness to serve. Is Jeanette here?
No, it's just Jeanette's a reappointment.
Okay.
We interviewed her last 8th of March.
That's right. All right. So that concludes our Cultural Council interviews. Any discussion?
So
Candidates.
pardon my ignorance, how big is the Cultural Council?
Big.
This is 4 out of how many?
There's 7 members.
Seven.
So the requirements of the Cultural Council, because it's through the Massachusetts Cultural Council, is that each individual is only allowed to serve 2 terms.
Mm-hmm.
So there is every 2 terms is a constant turnover.
Turnover,
So there
yep.
they're still looking for 2 more members.
Okay. Thank you, Patty.
Further discussion?
No.
Great.
I think it sound like great candidates.
I think we're very fortunate to have great candidates apply, and I think they'll serve the Cultural Council well. So if there's a motion, we can certainly entertain it.
It's like separate motions.
Separate
Yeah.
motions.
There's 4 motions. Move that we appoint Trish Gannon to the Cultural Council for the term to expire July 31st, 2026.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye. Move that we appoint Margaret Lynch to the Cultural Council for the term to expire July 31st, 2025.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Move that we appoint Arsen Bagdasarian to the Cultural Council for the term to expire July 31st, 2025.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Move that we reappoint Jeanette Kolodjic, apologies, to the Cultural Council for the term to expire July 31st, 2026.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Great. Congratulations. Thank you all again for coming and your willingness to serve. Next up, we have appointments to the Disability Access Commission. So we have 2 new applicants, Deborah Johnson and Christine Rowan. So we'll start with Deborah. Do you want to come on up? How are you?
Hello, how are you?
Good. Do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to serve on the Disability Access Commission?
Sure. I am a physical therapist, so that kind of presents itself as something that I naturally have a training and background in. I've worked in all different settings as I'm a pediatric physical therapist. So I've worked at Spalding Rehab, and I actually used to work in the carriage house many years ago when the early intervention was located there. So I've been in people's homes, I've been in school districts, and I've also worked in rehab hospitals. So, you know, physical therapy is essentially, the whole idea of it is how people get from point A to point B, whether that's out of their bed or into the bathroom or around town. So it's kind of my natural inkling is to always look at different projects like the Train Center project. I was really concerned that the ramp was going to be on Skillings because of the loop nature of getting from your car if you have a disability, where the ramp was in one position on one side of the tracks and through a rotary, for instance. So that's where I've voiced my issues about things like that tend to move towards access. I also have a unique position in that I had a very rare illness and I was paralyzed and spent a few months in Mass General and in rehab myself. So, you know, having to literally not be able to roll from side to side and have to walk again, I really got a very good lesson in what physical therapy does and how it affects our whole world. So I've been asked to be on different committees. I've been on the EFPBC at one point and different things like that. I've run groups in Lynch School way back when. I designed the Lynch Playground with, Donna DePriest was really in charge of the Lynch Playground, but I used my design aspects in terms of looking at that playground and how can physical therapists and occupational therapists and speech therapists be in the playground with their kids so that you can incorporate that in. So that's why I'm kind of looking at the Disability Access Commission as a good fit for me. Do you have any questions?
Anyone have any questions? Deborah?
Some of you I know Anthea as a teenager because her mother, I don't know if it recuses you, but she was my immediate manager, so. So I got to meet her as a teenager, but anyway.
Great.
Okay, all set.
Thank you very much.
you.
Thank you for your willingness to serve. Is Christine Rowan here? Come on, Christine. How you doing?
How you doing?
Good. All right, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why
Well, I'm an occupational therapist, and I've worked from I've been doing it for 28 years as an occupational therapist. I also have a disability, and I know what it's like to have a disability, so I want to encourage and help people with disabilities. My mother is on the Disability Access Commission. She's been on it for 15 years, and she had a wonderful experience, and she feels that I would be a real asset to the group. And, you know, I would like to also say that I'm also on a board, the Cambridge Health Alliance board, a board with the medicals, with the doctors and the surgeons, and I'm on a board that helps people with disabilities in the hospitals there. So I'm on that, and that's what I would really like to be a part of it, because I've been a resident of Winchester since I was 1 year old.
Okay.
And I've lived in the town all these years. So I really think I could be a real asset and I really want to give back to the community.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for Christine?
I think so. Thanks.
All right, that concludes our interviews for the Disability Access Commission. Any discussion of the two candidates?
Nope.
All right, if we're ready, we can take a vote.
Move that we appoint Deborah Johnson to the Disability Access Commission for the term to expire August 31st, 2026.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Move that we appoint Christine Rowan to the Disability Access Commission for the term to expire August 31st, 2025.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Congratulations to you both. Thank you again for your willingness to serve. All right, we have one incumbent position to the Middlesex Canal Commission, and that's Peter. Peter's not here, right? Okay. Any discussion about Peter? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Move that we reappoint Peter Engeldrum to the Middlesex Canal Commission for the term to expire July 1st, 2026.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Thank you, Peter, for your service. At this point in the night, I'm gonna just jump around a little bit. So let's do, is Ken here on EV charging stations? Let's see, Ken. Where, he was here? All right. Are we ready on
You
80?
shoot from the hip on that one.
No. Be electrifying.
It's a little technical.
Just a little. You think we can do 87, 89 Cross Street now, or do we have everybody here to do that? Or no?
No. Yes, Chamber of Commerce?
No, it's okay.
I don't think we.
Let's do Lynch Solar. Is there any
Is that
update on
Ken
Lynch?
too? No?
Is Ken coming up for that?
No, it was just really an update from my perspective to let folks know that the EFPBC has authorized their consultant to prepare the contract drawings for the rooftop and canopy solar design. They expect to have the 90% plans by the end of this month. And then we'll give those plans to both Select and Zapotec, who we've been working with, to do the financial evaluation, and they'll kind of rerun their analysis for both the PPA and the direct purchase options. And in the meantime, staff has gone through and compared the analysis that they've done to date. And we have a meeting hopefully set up for next week with Select and Zapotec to kind of bring both parties to the table to understand kind of the differences in their analysis, so we can try to work out any of those issues before we get to the next step of their analysis. So it was really just a
Did you say
general
who's gonna
update.
reconcile those two reports?
Well, I think we have a meeting, I don't know if it's been confirmed yet, but the goal is to set up a meeting for next week with everybody, the folks from Solec and Zapotec, to kind of understand the differences in their two analysis and understand why they did certain things the way they did them and how we can kind of reduce the discrepancies between the two.
That's right. We hope we can schedule the meeting. Sorry, I'm a little winded. I ran up from the basement. But yeah, Select's numbers came in significantly lower than Zapotec's initial estimates, which, if they turn out to be true on either the PPA or the purchase side, that's great. But the numbers were different enough that we'd like to get Zapotec's take on the difference and see whether they agree with those numbers. So the hope is the two firms can confer this week. We're not sure if that can happen. And then if they can, they should be able to have a unified description of the cost a week from tomorrow.
So Ken, do these firms have a track record of estimating, they get built, and then the confidence factor in their numbers? Do they track closely? Are they wildly off? Do you know that answer? Or if you don't know it, can you get that answer?
Yeah, they're both well-regarded firms. Select bids and builds solar systems that they own and lease through a power purchase agreement. They also build solar systems that they sell to clients for ownership. In both cases, they have a long, successful track record. That's why they were chosen by Power Options, which is the energy consortium nonprofit that we belong to, after they went through a lengthy vetting process of solar firms.
My question is, sometimes it sounds, there are projections made, and then the production of electricity actually turns out to be 20 to 25% less.
Yep.
The equipment is less efficient, lasts for a shorter period of time than expected. So if they're telling us the equipment's gonna last 20 years, it's gonna produce so many megawatts of power per year. I'd like to know, if they made this projection 5 years ago for this project, the project got built,
Yep.
what does the first year or 2 years look like relative to the projections? I understand weather and all those other things can affect it.
Yep.
So
It's
so when we have this as a town, who should put confidence in? Should we have no confidence? Maybe it's, baloney, I don't know.
It's a great question. It's almost as if I planted it. Because because we just recently asked Select for the numbers, their projected and actual numbers on the 3 solar arrays that the town already has through Select. And in 2 cases, the production was, 2 or 3% above the original estimates. And in the case of the high school, I think it was 1.4% below for the most recent year. So altogether, it was pretty much right on.
Great.
And then in the case of Zapatec, they don't sell solar systems. They're just a consulting firm. They'll help engineer and design or review other firms' solar projects, and that's what they would be doing in this case. But they don't actually sell solar systems.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, just so I understand, is the FinCom involved in this as well at some level? Are they still involved, or?
Yeah, they are. I think this last kind of conversation was just sort of more at a staff level in terms of like kind of putting our heads together to compare 2 presentations from different consultants and try to get them comparing apples, trying to, at least from my perspective, trying to compare apples to apples in terms of what the numbers that they used were, and then when we see what the differences are, trying to understand those differences. So it was more of a staff level discussion, but the FinCom's been involved and copied on kind of all the information we've gotten back from everybody to date.
Okay. So then once we have this apples to apples kind of comparison, someone's going to analyze those.
So I think the next step
From a town
is,
standpoint.
yeah, so they'll both get the 90% plans, which will take some of the difference out, because right now they're they both have their own designs. So they'll both get the 90% plans, and then they'll do their financial analysis using that actual footprint for that design.
Okay.
Right.
But we won't have those plans until, the next few weeks, the end of August. So we're kind of pushing up against our fall town meeting timeline here.
Yeah, I just don't know where other members sit at this point. I mean, I don't have a clear sense either way at this point, because the numbers seem to be all over the place. So, and I know there were some questions that were asked to, I believe, Soltech, from FinCom, I believe. So I don't know where other members are at this point. But if there's some data points that people are looking at that are swaying them in one way or the other, it'd be helpful to kind of point us, or at least point me in the direction of what to look at to kind of make a decision one way or the other here.
Yeah, and I guess if we're thinking fall town meeting article, is that going to be, well, we have to decide who sponsors it, but, will FinCom give us a presentation? Obviously, Ken and others, when those numbers are, better analyzed. So that could be September 11th. I don't know.
I suspect we're
Maybe not.
probably going to end up
Having a placeholder
having
article?
2 articles that because we're probably not going to have a final decision by the 22nd. But maybe, I don't know. I don't know how long it's going to take after they get the 90% plans to do that next phase. But
Right. It's a good question, because the Zapatec is designing the arrays, the layout, the location. And Select may look at that and say, this is not how we would have designed it, and we withdraw from further consideration. It's possible. Normally, a firm like Select is told to design the best system they can. In this case, due to a variety of factors, Zapatec is doing the design, and then Select is going to have to look at that and bid on producing that design that they didn't come up with themselves. So it'll be interesting to see.
Is that complicating? I mean, I mean, I don't mean to pry on that, but I mean, does that complicate things? There's that.
Both, because both solar firms are very well regarded, Zapatec should design something that Select looks at and then says, oh, great, this is what we would have done. Or maybe worst case scenario, oh, that's a creative solution to that, area on the roof with all those things sticking out of it. And, sure, we'll do it that way. I'm hoping it won't be sort of, that we can't live with this design, but time is of the essence, which is why I do hope the 2 firms can start talking this week. The FinCom analysis of sort of, well, what happens if interest rates move and things like that is important and separate. But hopefully we can at least get the 2 solar firms on the same page, and that there's no question anymore of those numbers.
Yeah, just to get you more specific numbers, Todd Costner had sent around to the ESPBC the solar production from our three locations, Vincent Owen, DPW, and high school. And we were on Vincent Owen, we were above almost 15%. The actual versus plan in 21, 22, 8.6%, DPW, 21, 9.4%, and 22, 5.2%. In the high school, we just have really one year after installation, and we were below 1.9%. So they're pretty good at projecting, and their projections, what we've seen with a small sample recently, they're conservative. So that makes us, I think, feel good about what's happened locally, anecdotally.
All right, so we'll stay tuned. We'll keep putting this on the agenda, and hopefully we get some information that will lead us down a pathway one way or the other. All right. Ken, do you want to talk about the EV charging stations?
Yep, I'm sure you've all pored over your packets and memorized.
Hope there's not a quiz. Very technical.
It was pretty long.
Well, fortunately, for at least some of you, this is the third or fourth time that this particular project has popped up at the board. This is a project that began with a couple of grant applications back in 2021, and the reason we are only now getting to, we've signed in sort of a letter of intent with Eversource in the past. They're one of two entities funding this project for two high-speed EV charging stations in the Jenks/Town Hall lot. But there was, partway through the process, Eversource ran out of money in their funding grant program. And then as soon as it was reauthorized by DPW, the DPW inserted a provision that would have been highly detrimental financially to every single community that was waiting for that category of funding for DC fast charging stations. Everyone, including us, complained to the DPU, and they modified that decision, so it allowed us to be back on track with the same funding we were originally promised. So then, in working with the town manager and with council, we reviewed the site host agreement, which is the document that we hope you'll authorize tonight, which then gives approval to Eversource to come onto our land, bring in electrical service to the site. Obviously, it's high voltage, so they have to bring in, significant infrastructure. And then we're essentially promising to follow through with the project and actually install 2 EV charging stations and then run them for at least 5 years, available to the public, which is indeed what we hope we'll do. As I mentioned in the memo, all public EV charging stations are helpful at this time of transition to electric vehicles by so many people. But this type of high voltage fast charging station is even more valuable because it allows renters and people who live in condos who can't charge at home because of site constraints and locating their own personal EV charger to have something a little closer to a gas station experience where they'll just drive to the Jenks lot, charge up, and go back home again, as opposed to needing to leave their vehicle charging overnight at a slower charger.
Ken,
Yeah.
so do you put your credit card in, your debit card? Or how does one pay for it?
Yeah, we haven't picked the vendor yet. There are different ways to do it. Some you create a membership with, and then you sort of wave your smartphone in front of the device, or you get a key fob. But one way or the other, yes, people will have to pay.
Yep.
Either directly swiping their credit card or indirectly through some kind of app.
Thank you.
These fast chargers, how long does it take to fully charge your average EV car?
It's it's a slightly complex question because batteries charge really fast up to 80% full, and then they slow way down. So what people with these fast charging stations do is they'll sort of get down to maybe 20% charge or so, plug in, charge up to 80%, and then unplug. It's usually for people sort of charging on the go and that type of thing. These charging stations will generally charge about 160 miles of driving range per hour of charging. So someone might pull in for half an hour and charge up to, add about 80 miles of range. Or you could just plug it in and leave it charging until you're fully charged. It's just that that last 20% takes so long that you might as well be plugged into a level 2 slower charger at that rate because they're less expensive. And it depends, yeah, so these are 50 kilowatt chargers. That's the slowest fast speed possible. Below 50 kilowatts, it's not even called a fast charger. But to go up to 100 or 150 or 200 kilowatt charging speeds, which work with certain higher end EVs, the machine itself costs much more than what we're paying for these machines. So it's kind of striking a balance between, wise use of public dollars and providing the public with a better charging experience.
Any other questions for Ken?
I have one for Beth.
Go ahead.
Did town council review this agreement? Okay, thank you.
Anyone have questions about the agreement? Are you going to assure that these are protected during the Inca Fair when they're finally put in?
It has crossed my mind.
Better start thinking about something we can put over them to
Yeah,
protect them.
it's a good point. There will be, 2 concrete bollards out front for someone backing up, but
I get to see a kid playing around with swinging it around like this.
We're sitting on it.
Sitting on it.
Maybe it
Cotton
can go
candy.
in one of the tents over there.
Nothing in that parking lot survives the Inca Fair, so. Just something we should probably start thinking about now.
we'll have to get some kind of plastic cover that we put over the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's like those Outlet boxes so you keep your kids out
Yes.
of it.
Yes.
That's a good point, actually. I hadn't thought about that.
Okay. All right, hearing no other discussion, we can consider this?
Move that the select board approve the site host and license agreement with NSTAR Electric Company for the Massachusetts Commercial Electric Vehicle Charging Program and authorize the town manager to sign the agreement.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, it passes. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you very much.
We're gonna go to 8789 Cross Street, the 40B project. Is Mario here yet? Come on up, Mario. And we're gonna call in town council as well at 8:30. Sorry, Jimmy. Sorry, Roger. Keep you waiting. See you. Is anyone else here? John, you can come on up too.
Good timing, John.
Good timing. Right on schedule. We're on schedule tonight.
We skipped somebody.
Sorry, guys.
You were doing
Jimmy loves being here so much that he can wait.
You were doing interviews when I checked.
Yes. Move through those.
Hey, Jay, it's Rich Mucci. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, Rich. How about you?
Good. You're live in the select board room. And we have some. What'd you say?
Excellent.
All right. So we're going to get started with this. Who's going first? So we had a couple of memos. I know, John, there was a meeting of the Housing Partnership Board. Mike, you were there, right?
Catch you guys up.
Yeah, why don't you catch us
Yeah,
up?
so we had really a long collaborative meeting with the Housing Partnership Board. We had full attendance, good dialogue, and Mr. Silverstein was there representing Mr. Covino, and I think we were able to bring the project back to a rental project where we started and what the board approved originally, with some concessions that were part of the application request as well. So I think originally last time when we were here, the project veered off to more of a condo project, and now has shifted back to what I think the Housing Partnership Board feels is a great rental project of 9 units, 2 affordable. The 9 units would be credited towards our subsidized housing inventory as well. So it's been a good collaborative process with Mario, Mr. Silverstein as well, and Lynn Sweet's been supportive with the numbers as well. So certainly John can represent the Housing Partnership Board, but I think we're back on track here. I think what the board approved originally is what's moving forward. So we lost a little time, but not much. And then we have to decide on our end to recommend certain concessions to the ZBA that we're requested in the applications, such as waiver of building permit fees, which we've done in the past. So I don't know, John, if you want to represent a little bit more of our discussion from the partnership board.
No, I think you've summarized it well. I'll add two things, I think. One, we had 11 members present, plus Jonathan. It was a very open conversation. People expressed their views. There were a variety of views. We, I think, identified all of the important issues on that. And so that was the kind of cooperative conversation that I think all of us hoped would have occurred back in the middle of July or following the July 17th Select Board meeting. So it's unfortunate that it took that long to occur, but it did occur, and it was very positive. And we saw that the next morning, and really the noon on Thursday, when Jonathan emailed and he had consulted with Mario. They were willing to make some changes to the condominium project. And then we saw that, another step on Friday where Michael spoke with Mario and indicated that, geez, maybe we can keep the original rental project alive and going. So those are exactly the kinds of alternatives that the Housing Partnership Board recommended in July, and having those kind of exploratory conversations. And I'm glad that it's now happening.
Okay, so I'm a little confused.
I'm sorry.
So, no, it might be me. So we got the memo on August 10th, John, from yourself about, what happened at the Housing Partnership Board. And then.
That's reflective of Wednesday.
As of Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay. Then there was and then we got a email from Attorney Silverstein on Friday that talked about condominium fees and things like, you talk about Mario would agree to each of the following requests. Condominium fees and assessments of affordable units will be prorated based upon purchase price. That email dated Thursday, it was Thursday, August 10th, 12:44. And then what?
That email was actually sent on Thursday.
Yeah.
About noon.
So then what happened in the meantime?
You have to go by hour by hour.
And what happened, so then
That's
what?
the part of the story.
So I thought we were coming in, it was still a condominium project, but now you're telling me it's a rental project again.
Would it be helpful if I jump in quickly?
Yeah, it'd be very helpful, because I
Great.
have nothing in my packet that indicates
No, I
that
appreciate
at
that.
all.
So, for the record, I'm Jonathan Silverstein. I'm here representing Mario as the applicant. As you can imagine, this has been a quickly shifting and difficult decision for Mario to make. He's heard a lot of feedback from town officials, understandably, who would prefer to see the rental project. I spoke to him Thursday after the Housing Partnership Board meeting, and we quickly agreed to make all the concessions that were asked of us Wednesday evening at the Housing Partnership Board. But I think then Mario went, and I don't want to speak for him, but I think he went back and just sort of thought long and hard. His intent was to build and hold this project. Obviously, the numbers got a lot tighter as interest rates doubled, and he, was really concerned that he'd be able to finance it and make it work. But he's heard a lot of feedback from a lot of town officials, and I think he's taken that to heart, and I think he wants to try to make that work. And we've talked about, obviously, there's no CPA yet in town, so some of the funding options that might otherwise exist aren't there. But one thing that we asked for originally in our waiver list was a waiver of applicable fees, including building permit, water, sewer fees, and every little bit helps. And those are still on the table. The ZBA hasn't voted on any of the waivers yet, and if the board saw fit to recommend those waivers, our hope is that Mario can keep, sharpening his pencil, meeting with different potential funders, and that we'll be able to get the rental project built as originally proposed. Even though I know we were we were almost there, hopefully, with meeting the concessions that the partnership had asked for on the condo project, but I think Mario really wants to try to make this work instead. And I'm assuming it's still the town's preference, so.
Yeah, and that's with Mario agreeing to take on some risk. I mean, what shifted this to a condo project was the market conditions that we see there now with increased interest rates, cost of construction, and so we know we've been in touch with the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, and they say we see this all over, and projects just stall and they don't go anywhere. And we can't afford to do that with this project. It's a good one. It's a good size one. And certainly the affordable housing and rental units in particular, market rate and affordable, are what the community needs. So we appreciate Mario willing to take a little bit more risk. I don't want to overstate the risk and scare him off, but he knows, so I think that what we can do and what we've done before and what we've communicated is waiver of certain assessments and fees that the town would put on a project like this to get it moving forward, to take away some of that risk. We probably, as a board, and maybe with the Housing Partnership Board and the Affordable Housing Trust, really it's time that we set up a policy around these waivers, because we looked at them with some of the larger projects when they came in, and we said, okay, we'll waive it just for the affordable units, which in the larger ones could be 25 units, and that's substantial money. For two, that doesn't really impact Mario's project, so maybe we look at a policy that says less than 10, we waive it for the entire amount, or more than 10, it's a percentage. So I think that's a little bit of background work we need to do, but I would certainly think we would recommend to the Zoning Board of Appeals that a waiver of the fees as requested by the applicant should be approved.
So, okay. So the Housing Partnership Board hasn't met about this new twist in
We have
this?
not met since Friday.
Okay. So they haven't voted on this. So the last vote we got was 10-0 to not support it.
I mean, I would be shocked if for some reason we did not support a rental project.
But this is.
But I think that, the change that needs to be looked at and developed in more detail is the, what kind of financial contribution the town could make toward this in terms of, waivers of permit fees.
So the original vote for the Housing Partnership Board was against the change. So now we've pulled the change out of it. So everything is back to what we approved initially, as John's saying, except for the fee waiver, which is actually being handled. That's really decided by the ZBA. But it would, because this is a LIP and a friendly 40B, it seems like it would be good government for us to also, make a recommendation in support of that waiver.
So, okay.
And
But
that
I don't know,
would help-
but-
that would help the ZBA, because, the spirit of a friendly 40B is that the developer and the town work cooperatively. So I think if we can demonstrate that over the next
So I guess,
couple weeks.
so my issue is only that I'm literally finding out about this right now. I mean, I didn't come into this meeting reading anything about fee waivers or anything like that. So I would just, first of all, can we do that? Second of all, has anyone thought about the precedent we're setting? We have other projects in the pipeline, has anyone given that a thought? I mean, this just seems a little rushed, at this point. I mean, I get the time is of the essence.
Yeah, I found out about it on Friday afternoon,
Yeah.
after the packet went out to the select board. So, this is late-breaking news.
Oh, no, I get
And
it.
we reached out, and Beth reached out to town council, and, Jay can speak to that, about, what we can do. And that's really, I would say there's no real action for the select board tonight because we've already approved this. There would be some action for us to, at a later date, make a recommendation to the ZBA, but basically it keeps things moving for us and doesn't change the parameters of the original deal that we supported. So, and that's why, to your point, Rich, we set a precedent when we waive fees, and we probably need some parameters around that, because different projects, you know, will cost, you know, the revenue will be different on each project, so.
Jay, okay. Jay, do you have anything to add at this point?
So I'm as surprised as I think others are. As of 3:30 on Friday, it seemed like it was a condo project. I did have an exchange of emails about fee waivers and the board's ability, the select board's ability to offer support for them, but they obviously can't grant them or compel them. That's up to the ZBA. I do want to ask the question of Mario and perhaps Jonathan, just to confirm that the two affordable units are going to be at the 50% AMI, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So other than that, and I don't know if this is even on the agenda for the ZBA for this Thursday, Jonathan, do you know that?
Yeah, we're still on the agenda for Thursday.
Okay, so is that going to be just an update, or, 'cause I don't think we're ready to jump back into, even though the decision, a draft of the decision under the rental has been kind of looked at, I'm not sure, I think they'd probably benefit just by an update more than kind of closing things down, but I'm not sure what you all want to do there.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, Jay, my plan was actually to give you a buzz tomorrow, depending on how things went tonight, and talk through some of those issues, talk through the draft that you had circulated and see what your sense was. Obviously, our hope is that we can get a vote on the project sooner rather than later, before interest rates and costs go up more, but.
I think you could close the hearing if there's nothing substantive or evidentiary to discuss.
Right.
If nothing, if you're going completely back to the old design with no substantive changes, that'd be up to the zoning board, of course. But then I doubt highly that the zoning board's going to be in a position to give a final vote on Thursday, but maybe not. I still have to distill three or four sets of comments on the original draft decision. So still have that out in front of me, but I could probably pull that together.
I mean, obviously, it's going to be the ZBA's call when to close, when to vote. We want to do what we can now that Mario has recommitted to the original project. There are not going to be any more changes. We want to do what we can to facilitate as speedy a decision as possible, but that's obviously up to the ZBA.
And just so I understand, so there's no action for the select board to take tonight? Is that what I'm
No, I
hearing?
think this is just an update on the kind of reversion back to the original project, because they had come in with the change last time, and so it's good news, I think, from our part, and it's just I think it's encouraging for us to continue to work to make a recommendation to the ZBA on those requests for the permits, and establish, maybe working with the Housing Partnership Board, establishing a policy, because the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, it's hard, it's a mouthful for me, I'm trying to get used to the new acronym, they require the town to have skin in the game with these projects if we're doing the LIP, and so they always say, what are you doing? And so in other projects, we've provided land, we've provided matching funds, things like that. So this is where we can really help, not by providing money from the Affordable Housing Trust or from other resources, but by a fee waiver. So it's beneficial to us, it's beneficial to the applicants as well. But the other thing, as Jay mentioned, it is great that these two units are at 50% area median income. Most of the projects are in the 80% range, and that's what we've gotten used to, and that's what our language is around. What the market needs and what residents of the community and surrounding communities need is 30 to 50% AMI. So it's harder on the developers, but it's a much better option for for us. So, so we appreciate that as well.
And if I could just throw in
Yep.
one other point, under EOHLC's regulations, for all the units to count to qualify for a 40B, at 50%, you need 20% of the units. So if this were a 10-unit project, it would be 2 units. This is a 9-unit project. And so, you know, essentially Mario's leaving on the table the profit from one market rate unit, and I don't think you usually see that. And it's, I don't want to suggest it's altruism on his part, it's site constraints. But at the same time, you're getting 9 units on the SHI, and the loss of that one market, or the absence of that one market rate unit makes a big difference on the financials of the project. So just to throw that.
And what we've seen historically, actually, to Mr. Silverstein's point, is that applicants typically will change the size of their units to reduce the number to avoid adding a second unit on. So they would normally say, oh, this is a 10-unit project. Oh, we're required to do 2. We'll make it a 9-unit, bigger unit project, just to only have to do 1, because the economics bear that out. So it's a positive outcome for us, but really just an update, and hopefully, if it's the board's desire, maybe some direction to the Housing Partnership Board to work with us collaboratively to come up with a policy around these waivers and our community's contribution.
Okay, I would just say a 9-unit development fits much better on that land than a 10-unit development would, and the advantage is that it provides more parking.
Okay.
So I don't think anyone really likes a 10-unit development. In terms, just to comment on the schedule, I agree that no decision is needed tonight. What I would encourage both the ZBA and the Select Board to do, and the Housing Partnership Board, is to do some homework over the next 2 weeks. You meet 2 weeks from today?
We meet September 11th.
Hmm?
September 11th is our next meeting.
So,
And
That's
the
3
Housing
weeks.
Partnership Board,
3
we have a
weeks.
scheduled meeting, right, at the end of August, another one?
4 weeks.
4 weeks. 4 weeks. We meet in 4 weeks.
Oh, okay.
It's
That's
Labor
longer
Day.
than I was hoping. What I was hoping is that the ZBA would postpone their decision until after the Select Board has comments on the proposed waivers. I was hoping that was going to be 2 weeks rather than 4 weeks, frankly. But
we can certainly,
I'll let the attorney comment.
I mean, like I said, kind of blindsided right now, but we can certainly meet, if we need to, if there's something that arises, we can certainly try to schedule a meeting.
I think it would be beneficial for the developer
Yep.
and the town if the Housing Partnership Board and the Select Board has a recommendation and everyone's on the same wavelength.
And we can recommend waivers without having a full policy in place, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
And I think
Yeah,
that's a pretty reasonable request, and one that I would imagine the ZBA would support anyway, but they may appreciate, having something from us, even if we sign on a letter from the Housing Partnership Board or something like that.
Okay.
And I understand time constraints, to the extent any of this can be expedited, obviously, carrying costs and, it'd be great, but.
So we get it. I mean, I think, first step is to talk to our town council and then loop in management, and, we can see where we can go from there. So everyone's on the same page, and we can get all the boards on the same page.
I mean, this is totally out of order for me to suggest it. I mean, is it possible that a short special meeting could be held?
Oh, yeah, it's possible. That's what I was kind of
I
insinuating.
apologize for that.
That's
We had a short special meeting the other night, didn't we, on this, right? It was 2.5 hours, it was good.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll take this up on another day. Anyone have anything else to say or any discussion?
no?
So when everything's ready, and when it's clear what you're asking the select board to do, we can certainly take it up. Okay with everybody?
We'll gladly include you in the email and telephone list if you would like even more interruptions in your life.
Bring them on.
Not saying that.
Well, this is good news, it sounds like, so appreciate, Mario, you moving back in this direction, so we just, it was just surprising, to be honest with you. Just everything in our packet was going the other way, so.
Sorry, I should have
Everyone
communicated
is-
it, Richard.
Everyone is
Yep,
surprised.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was, I mean, I heard,
And gracious.
yes, very good. All right, well,
Thank you.
we'll take it up.
Thanks, Mario.
Thank you.
Thanks, Roman.
Thank you.
You didn't have anything, right? Thanks, Jay.
Hey, thank you. Have a great night.
You too.
Bye, Jay.
Forgot you were there.
Yeah.
Well, to hang out if you want.
Kelly left the room.
All right, let's get back to capital planning. Come on up, guys. Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's okay. I know you're busy. Roger knows you're busy.
All right, so in our ongoing discussions we've been having around different projects that have kind of been on the radar for different groups, I know capital's been hard at work. John Fallon can attest to that.
Yes.
Jimmy,
We're in the midnight oil.
So we wanted to give you both an opportunity to come in. Jimmy, I understand you're the chair now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And just update
Roger's
us.
the vice chair.
Update us on where you're at and,
Well, in your package, you should have received our second ranking sheets for Building Stabilization Fund, Capital Stabilization Fund, a list that was prepared by Capital Committee and town staff of projects in the next 5 years are gonna be needed, that really are outside the scope of the capital funding. This is a rough shot of these projects, and they total upwards of $80 million. First of all, on behalf of the Capital Committee, I would like to thank you for inviting us tonight to share with you our preliminary FY25 capital ranking sheets and other capital items outside the capital's ability to pay for the next 5 years to discuss and bring to your attention. As we started the ranking process, we were using very conservative numbers. That was for the Building Stabilization Fund, $2 million. For the Capital Stabilization Fund, $2.5 million. We are waiting for the controller to finalize closing the FY23 books to provide final dollar numbers in these stabilization counts. This hopefully will increase the capital stabilizations projects in both accounts. At the present time, there are 9 projects in the building stabilization count. 8 of these projects are for planning, engineering, and cost estimating, and 1 project's for the replacement of a generator. In the capital stabilization counts are approximately 20 projects that include roads and sidewalks, ADA improvement, bridge projects, increased funding, requests for the Morocco culvert, police safety improvements, playground and recreational improvements. I will note that the board has been informed by town staff, but yet to be voted by the select board, of about a $200,000 gift from Eversource to be used for funding the playground equipment improvements at Lennox. We also included DPW equipment and equipment updated. As you can see, many of the capital requests for FY25 were not funded. With a possible increase from the controller's closeout, we may be able to fund some of these projects, but not all. An outside funding, items which were requested by the board, has been developed, like I say, with town staff and capital committee. We are looking for the Board of Selectmen to identify a funding source for these major capital improvements. I personally believe Phase 1 should be about $35 million. Please understand these are rough estimates and not actual dollar figures. As you are aware, there are 2 issues regarding the high school. One, the gym floor, and the aging concrete issue. Well, Capital Planning Committee has been aware of these items, but these projects have not been submitted the Capital Planning Committee's consideration and FY '25 ranking. We don't really have a position on these projects because they were not presented to us. On a personal note, I've had many members of the Precinct 8 community ask why $2,000 gift was identified by Eversource to go to Leonard Field and why nothing went to McDonald Field. I've assured these people that if funding is available and if we all can find funds, McDonald Playground Field could possibly be done, and that would be equitable to all precincts involved. As we all know, the Eversource project has been very hard on the residents on both Precinct 1 and Precinct 8. I would like to ask if anybody at this time has any questions on our capital improvement program, either in the Building Stabilization Fund or the Capital Stabilization Funds.
I can answer the question on the money for Leonard Field if you want. So when we had convened meetings way back in, I don't know, 2016 or so, and had regular meetings at Morocco with a group of representatives from the neighborhood and open meetings, I mean, there was, 50 to 75 people that would come pretty regularly. That was one of the primary requests, was money for Leonard Field repair. Again, it's been that long since we've made any improvements there. Eversource told us at that point that their mitigation could only be approved if it was directly connected to the impact area, so where they were doing construction, right? So they would say, even though Leonard Field is pretty close, they only really were able to get approval for road projects, traffic projects, things like that. So we really kind of stayed narrowly to the Cross Street area, Washington Street area for mitigation, and most of it was for traffic and road improvements. So when we've heard frustration from the neighborhood about that in particular, and because they say, well, the town should be doing that stuff anyway. We've put up with a lot here, and we'd like to see a long-term improvement for the kids in the community. So this was really just revisiting that original request from the neighborhood. It may be, some people feel differently now, but I certainly have heard from quite a few people that Leonard Field is a priority. And as you guys know, things cost more now. And so $200,000, to fix a playground that, hasn't seen a dollar in a long time, is going to help move that project along, but it wouldn't be something we could spread around too far, so.
Right, the estimated number we're using is about $450,000 for each project. I'm just thought I'd call this to the
Yep.
board's attention. You've done very well, and appreciate all of you for trying to get the $200,000, which was a great move. All the Leonard Field project probably wouldn't have been funded this year. I'm just saying where I had called earlier,
Yep.
the possibility of our additional funds and/or your additional funds, either in an override form or ARCA funding or from free cash. Maybe if we jointly work together, we could get the McDonald Field project done at the same time. There also may be some economy to scale. But Michael, I know you've worked hard at it,
Yep.
thank you.
Oh, yeah, I think
But,
that a lot of things.
You know,
should be
we're
best- I haven't
not
year round.
emptying the economy to scale,
Yep.
whatever's not spent, all of it obviously goes back to reversions. So I'm just calling to the board's attention that it would be nice, on my personal feeling, on an equity issue, that we try to do both playgrounds within the same calendar year.
Sure.
So let me just ask you a high-level question.
Sure.
So everything that's highlighted in green,
Yes.
you guys are
High confidence.
high confidence you're gonna fund?
Yeah,
Okay.
those are gonna be funded.
Is there another set of rankings due?
What will happen is, I'm responsible for this. I get pushed early on to say, how much money do we have?
Yeah.
And I don't want to tell somebody we've got more money than we have. I put some very conservative numbers out there for this set of rankings.
Okay.
And we've gotten some information from the controller that we're gonna do better. But she doesn't close until this Friday, and I wanna stay on the good side of Stacy, so I'm not willing to release what that information is.
Okay.
So, this is what we've done, this is what we can assure you we can afford at this
Okay.
point.
But you may be able to do more.
We may be able to do more. One thing that I would like to point out, as we've just gone through, we're sort of counting on $200,000 for Leonard
Yeah.
as of right now. So if But you guys control that ultimately, so if you're not thinking of spending that $200,000 on
Town
letter.
meeting control, it has to go to
It's a
town meeting.
town meet, there's a
Sure.
great deal of influence from
Yes.
the people in front of me on town meeting voting that money. So if you are thinking of using or proposing that that money be used in some other fashion, please let us know now.
Okay.
So,
The license agreement says it has to be used for Leonard Field improvements, so it's constrained to that one area. It could be something
I
else,
understand.
but.
Well, yeah, we've read it, but it's still one of
Yep.
those issues for
Yep.
the public.
after discussion within the committee, we wanted to pick up Leonard Field for a
So-
nice,
so-
cheap $250,000.
So we've seen some pictures and heard tonight about the Packard Ellis tennis courts. So what is the $75,000 in here?
That's $75,000 for preliminary planning. Roger and I happened to walk down to Packard, spent about an hour there the day after it was presented to us. And this is for an evaluation study, engineering of the site. As you know, it's a great site in town. It's an asset to the community. The clay courts are one of the few around and probably the largest around. But there's gonna have to be some work done to it. It's gonna have to be ADA accessible issues are dealt with. The concrete bleachers are in tough shape. Steps are in tough shape. Fencing is worn out. While the courts are in good shape, there are drainage issues. So this $75,000 is a start to develop a comprehensive plan to bring back the Packard courts to last for a couple more, for new generations to enjoy tennis.
So this doesn't have anything to do with emergency repairs or anything like
No.
that?
Nope.
Okay. So we have no figure on emergency repairs or anything. Is somebody in the town level preparing something? That is Nick or somebody?
Yeah, so, Nick is working to make those repairs. I haven't heard that they'll need additional
Okay.
funding to complete those repairs, but I will check it
Can you
with them
follow up on
tomorrow.
that?
Yep.
And I think that this $75,000 will help us come up with a plan
Conceptual
to,
plan,
to kind of phase in some of the emergency repairs. Nick, I think, is working to maybe support some of those on the rec side, but, he can't do, everything there. That's just, coming from his budget, so.
It's a large scope.
It's a large scope. It's not something that we're gonna be able to handle all at once, but it's substantially worse from when you guys were there, just, a
We were there
week
2
ago.
weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Oh, yeah, that was fantastic at that point, so when you guys saw it. So think about it now. Some of the walls are actually like leaning forward, looking like they're going to cave in. Some are completely destroyed.
We saw that.
Some of it's pretty bad.
We've
and-
got wood, 1x6 retaining walls
Yep.
made out of wood in
Yeah,
places.
well, not anymore.
Yeah,
They're gone. So I think we need, the 75 is a good place to start, and we appreciate that some of the residents have raised some money to, offset costs as well. But we probably need to prepare something for spring construction, I would say, to do something more substantial than even emergency. So that would be my guess.
Also, if you look over that number 12, GIN lights, there's a proposal to rebuild the GIN lights. It'll be $50,000 coming from a revolving account, $210,000 request from capital.
So let me ask this question. It looks like we've got a lot of engineering
Yes,
money's being
We do.
spent on, town hall and roof engineering, Ambrose Roof, McCall School, library, windows. Can I, from a standpoint, why would we do so much engineering without a funding mechanism?
because we're hoping you'll provide a funding mechanism. We
got-
believe in shovel-ready, and the indication we got from town staff is that you have to have the plans, specs, or whatever you want to call it, ready, so we can determine very fair estimating costs of a project.
Okay.
It develops a scope of a project, it gives some initial engineering and some conceptual plans of where we're going. We've had a concern a couple years ago about the roofs. Last year, we funded a preliminary investigation on the roofs, which indicated the roofs are in a deteriorating state. They're not bad yet, but they're getting there, and they've come forward with a proposal that we need roofs.
I get it. So I guess my question is, why would you fund all that engineering and not just fund, you know, one whole roof project this year?
Because the roof projects are a lot more than the engineering, and the engineering will provide us to go forward, and provide you, the select board, with good numbers if you do decide to find an outside funding source, or do it from free cash or ARPA funding.
Okay.
In the future.
Two things that we are proposing this year are the immediate repairs to library roof. So, and also some construction, so that we, Peter was in here the last time you guys met, so
Right.
I'm not gonna go over all the same slides that he gave you. You know that there's $6 million worth of roof work needs to be done next year in construction. This is the engineering work for that. This is where we transition from Jimmy giving you the good news to me giving you the bad news.
Why do you always get the
Why
bad
do you
news?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know, but this is the way it falls. And-
Well, I always believe you should bring good news and then let someone else do
Let me
it.
play the Titanic music for
So
him.
the good news was, we believe, you know, this is the good news, that we believe that there's going to be a little more funding that we can utilize for some of these projects on the capital side this year. The bad news is, we've got $6 million worth of roofs that are coming due next year, and that's the engineering work that we're putting up. We're writing the check and looking to you guys to put the funds in to cash the check. You heard from Peter, there's not a whole lot of way around it. The roof on that library stinks. It's got big problems. It's $3 million on its own. This roof has immediate repairs in the $560,000 range, and we're looking, we can probably fund that. McCall's, $3 million worth of work. We're looking to do the engineering work on that. Ambrose, we're probably looking at taking and doing repair work on that. How long we get out of that is a subject of debate. We're hoping that we can get something between 6 to 10 years of life out of that by doing repair work on it, and that will bring that number down. But at the end of 10 years, we're gonna have $3 million to replace that roof. So these are just the realities of where we find ourselves in the cycle for all of these things. We've told you for a long time that we were gonna have work on the call. We've brought that, I mean, anecdotally, we haven't made an ask, but we've known that for a long time. Ambrose is just at the end of its normal time. We didn't realize, quite honestly, how bad the library was. We then also have $1.3 million in windows that we're looking at. When we came to you in March, talking to you about projects, we showed you the pictures of the windows over there. So many of them are broken and cracked. The only thing that's providing any sort of resistance to the outside are the inner storms that are over there. They need to be done. The windows in this building need to be done.
Is there any plan to ask the fall town meeting for any use of free cash to fund any of these projects?
You tell us. We'd be happy to, but that's not our province.
We feel that would be with your consent, with the board's consent. If there's projects that they feel that we should fund from free cash, just tell us how much and we'll fund it, and
We'll ask,
we'll ask.
but we're sure not gonna go in and ask without a recommendation from this board.
Well, it seems like the roofs are a urgent problem. We've been talking about that for a while, right?
Yeah, one of our main
so,
concerns is keeping the building tight.
I mean, that's a conversation to be had with town meeting that I think is fair for free cash. Right? I mean, it's,
Happy to.
my question too is, we've been talking about a larger override to deal with some of this backlog, and, some of the maintenance that we've neglected over the years, that, tennis courts are a fair example of that, right? But we see it all over. Do you think that, it's a question of lump sum override of X amount of dollars and, increases to the stabilization fund? It just doesn't seem like the stabilization funds are ever going to be able to keep up at the pace that, we need to in order to maintain
We basically feel we
facilities.
cannot fund any projects
Right.
over. Without bonding $1 million, with bonding $1.5 million-ish.
Yep.
Anything beyond that is beyond the scope of the capital committee for funding.
And you don't want to
Unless-
borrow, right? So-
Unless
Yep.
we go to outside funding sources, either free cash,
Yep.
which is a very short-term arc of funding, but that's not gonna last long, or an override. And those are all in the hands of,
Yeah, my question is, debt exclusion, and/or,
I think what happens, Mike, we all sit down
Yep.
as a group, maybe 10 or 12 people, some Saturday, and try to hash out what is in the best interest of the community.
Yep.
Is it a general override? Is it a debt exclusion override? And that's for everybody to buy into, participate, and then we can determine which direction we want to go. When we originally did the capital stabilization funds, it was a great thing.
Yep.
It gave the town direction. We went a little heavy when we first did it in the bonding.
Yep.
It's taken us a long time to come out of it, but there were a lot of things we needed to be done. Everybody agrees that there's not enough money in capital, at least with these stabilization funds. We have a consistent amount of money annually that we can address. But it's not gonna be the whole project. I mean,
Yep.
you know, that's, like I say, do you want a general one question, override question, or do you want a debt exclusion? But as you can see right here, the numbers, rough numbers are up to $80,000 in the next, $80 million within the next 5 years. And some of that's just, you know, we can discuss later.
So
Those in today's dollars too.
I mean, I don't know how much free cash you have, but I don't see how you're gonna do it when you're looking at realistically $7.5 million just in roofs.
You're
and-
not.
And windows. It's gonna be a debt exclusion override of some amount. And I also, you know, that doesn't, we all here know about the $7 million question downstairs for the HVAC system in this building as well. You know, if you just run up some quick numbers, roofs, windows, town hall HVAC, that's 14.9 million. We've got things that are going on outside of our domain, but that are probably gonna need to be done. The gym, 2.4, throw another 2.4 million on that. Who knows what we're gonna find in the flooring at the high school? I don't wanna hazard a guess. You've got $2 to $3 million if you wanna think about the tennis courts. If the courts themselves need to be replaced, we were told, there's 16 of them, we were told that a rough estimate is $60,000 to $70,000 per court. That's well over $1 million just on the courts. We know that there's well over $1 million if you're looking at the viewing stands and the seating area there. Because it's gonna have to be made, you know.
wait, say that again? The
There's
tennis
gonna
courts
be
are-
well over $1 million just
Looking about
to
$2 to $3 million.
2 to 3
probably.
million.
For what tennis courts?
Packet courts.
Packard courts.
Well, I don't think the courts need
I
to be
happen to be in
replaced.
the tennis court building game right now with the swim and tennis club, and Town of Lexington just built post-tension concrete courts. Sun Valley's building post-tension concrete, and we're about to build post-tension concrete. I mean,
Well,
you know,
we're talking
one-
clay courts.
Yeah.
We're
1.4
talking drainage.
million, 1.5
We're
million
talking
gets a
drainage issues here. We're talking
pretty good number.
Yeah, I think the wall along.
worn out concrete
part of the issue.
that's not properly anchored back.
Yeah.
And we're talking about what are the plans for the future. You know, you don't want to say it, but, you know, when you do the courts, do you make preparations for tubings, for lighting, for time later on? Handicap accessibility issues. And it's, you know, parking. So that's why we want this money to have a comprehensive plan to start the process. And the fencing, take a look at the fencing and the stairs and the walls. I mean, they're, like Roger said, there's wooden 2x6s.
Yep.
Or there were wooden 2x6s. This is an asset to the community and actually to the greater community, people who come around town that use it too. It's historical. It's something you don't see anymore. And it's something that if this town wants to preserve, we're going to have to spend some money on it.
You've got
Okay.
$3 million of repairs at Lincoln between the flat work and
Chill.
the AC system, the chiller there.
So those are the numbers.
So what would be helpful too, you know, I think that the, you know, rankings are easiest to see where you've arrived at, but, and some of the numbers for the total cost of the projects are kind of, you know, in there as well. It would just be helpful to see that in a separate, you know,
I think
column, you
that's
know.
my
Yeah.
task, to take everything that Capital's put together, and this last 2 pages is very helpful. Take all the information we've heard over the past few weeks, and to put it in a spreadsheet that you all can review at the meeting
Yeah.
on September 11th.
Once we get the final numbers from Stacy, I'm hopefully and very confident that we will increase our project numbers.
Yeah, so I don't mean to suggest that free cash is gonna be our solution at fall town
No,
meeting.
we'll
Out of
just-
this, I just mean if there are projects that are on the bubble that, we have a conversation with town meeting, that the cost of us waiting, another year
Right.
on this is gonna be more
8%,
than,
7,
so,
8%
and it's not, when we decide to do a debt exclusion override, it's not gonna be whether we do one, it's just gonna be how much, so.
And what we will do
Not only
is,
that, if there's maybe some projects, that we could consider picking off with
Yep.
ARPA money,
Right.
just let us know.
We will.
We'd love to work with you. We'll come back.
Like the town hall roof, for example, I'm just hypothetically, it's 60,000 for engineering, you're estimating costs to construction of 560,000, that's for repairs, so. If that's, just hypothetically throwing out just a number.
The other question I have is how, when you rank the projects, when they come in, like the length that they've been sitting in the capital queue, right? Like, so if you look at something like the, work at, Ridge and Lockland or Westland at.
That's been sitting there forever.
Right, so it's like,
I'll attest to that.
what happens.
Best first project 18 years ago she put in.
It's usually in that exact same
Why
spot.
don't we go to another project,
Right, yeah, and
but
I just
what-
happened, I was at the bottom of the
Well,
spreadsheet,
what we
so
were-
that's how do we, if something comes on.
We use health and public safety
Yep.
as key personnel. Like the police department wants to put lighting around the town hall
Yep,
for night accessibility. We support that.
yep.
So do I. Break my leg every time I go out at 11 o'clock.
Well, remember that tonight in the dark.
That's
So,
gonna be a recurring.
we
by
rank
the way.
public safety, public health,
That-
return on the dollar, cost of replacement of equipment, or and cost of rental equipment. So we evaluate it, and this is how we individually rank it. And as you know, Mike, we
Yep.
individually rank it, and then we come to the average, the cumulative number, and that's how we prioritize our rankings from 1 through whatever. As you are aware, on the capital budget, there are 5 projects we actually didn't rank, we just automatically fund
Yeah.
over the years, which is ADA, which is phase 1 of roads and sidewalks. This year, a supplemental payment for bridges because we already allocated the money. And then to increase the funding for the Morocco culvert due to delay in expenses in construction.
So, I guess just for process-wise, if something is in high demand because of health and safety reasons, and we go through the engineering on it, and then all of a sudden something else comes up that gets prioritized higher,
Right.
how do we then keep those projects that we've already invested time, energy, and
Sometimes they just sit on the shelf.
they sit on the shelf? And
I mean, that's an awful answer, but that's the
Yeah.
truth.
Okay.
You take a project like you said on traffic, I mean, you're talking
That
about,
has a special story to
you're
it.
talking $1 million. Or $1 million to $2 million on traffic issues. We don't have $1 million. We do have a traffic study that we commissioned 2 years ago that came out and prioritized traffic issues. And my understanding is it's very important to the board and staff that we address traffic issues. So we're trying to do in a comprehensive manner to make people almost satisfied.
Yeah, it would be helpful for us to see as well, or at least for me personally, just see like what's the age of some of these requests, not necessarily.
Town staff has all that.
Yeah.
So maybe Beth, you can put if possible, an extra column in with the age of the request.
Can I just ask a quick clarification in interpreting what we have in front of us?
Yep.
There's in parentheses, 3 of 12, 4 of 12, all in the same color on the first page.
Yeah, we should have probably nuked those.
Those are the
That-
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Those are the department heads' priorities.
Okay.
For each, and each department makes their own capital requests, and we just ask them to rank them in their priorities. That should be gone,
Thanks.
because it's too confusing.
But back to your original point, there's a lot of engineering money in here. So, and they're for big things. They're for these roofs, they're for windows, and it's going forward. And we can't fund that. So if this board doesn't see themselves coming forward to town meeting and saying, we're gonna present some sort of a solution to this, whether it's free cash, whether it's a debt exclusion, whether it's a combination of those things, whether it's some of it's ARPA, please tell us now, because we don't wanna do engineering work on something that we aren't going to fund.
Well, that was my point.
I agree.
So I would just say that a lot of these, you need to do the next phase of engineering to get the better construction cost estimate. So I don't think it's wasted money. The engineering doesn't go stale on a roof project necessarily, right? So I don't think it's wasted money, but it's true that even if the engineering estimate is 3.5 instead of $3 million, you still can't fund it either, or the construction estimate, you still can't fund it either way, but it's not a waste of money to get a better cost estimate so that we know what we need, where we
But
need to be.
in this environment with construction costs accelerating as quickly as they can and as unpredictably as they are.
It's true.
I mean,
Yeah. That didn't go over so well for me in January of last year when I made this recommendation.
So,
But that's almost a reason, Roger, to sequence the engineering, right, with construction costs. So unless we do think we're gonna wrap up all those projects, 4 roofs in a year, and put a debt exclusion on, and then is there enough construction outfits out there to do 3 school roofs in a summer? I'm just curious if there isn't just a reason. I realize we have patches, I realize we're trying to get a few more years, but if the engineering, it's not the engineering goes stale, but the prices go stale. And what's our, like, it's one thing to say, we package up the funding and here's 12 million for roofs, fair enough. Do we actually think we can get 4 projects built and done in an 18-month period, if that's when we actually manage to get the money?
We're given these projects by staff as their priority to prepare for this. Staff, Meg, Mark, Beth, determine what projects are gonna go out to bid and when they're gonna go out to bid. We just feel that we wanna have them ready, willing and able to be bid. We can bid it, I don't know how they plan on bidding it. They could bid it individually, they can bid it as one, they have the options. And they can bid it within a 2-year period, or, 24-month season. But our obligation is to have the information available so staff in town meeting and the select board can make an informed decision.
Yeah, and those cost estimates, once we have the engineering done, the engineer can escalate those costs, update it with new, every year, they get, multiple times a year, we get, numbers from Mass DOT or other sources that we update cost estimates for. So we can do that pretty quickly.
Right, and at some point, inflation crowds out one of those projects, right? It just eats up.
It does.
One thing, the combination of escalation on 3 roofs eats up the 4th roof.
And sometimes we get 0 bids, right? So, I mean, and that's happened, and then we gotta go back to the drawing board, we gotta reissue, and then we gotta go, so.
what's is sort of a little bit akin to the question we were asking earlier about what does it look like for an override, but what's the runway on these projects? So if we're saying this is $1.7 million to fund primarily engineering, of which through 6 of these projects, estimated construction is gonna be more than $10 million.
Well,
where is the $10 million gonna come up in the next 1, 3, 5 years?
1 year out, we're looking at $6 million if we proceed as is. The initial funding that we're doing on the library is both engineering for the long-term complete replacement of the slate roof, as well as immediate repairs to get us to the point that we can do the slate roof. There's also some additional construction, which I believe you heard about, where the rains have demonstrated that some of the downstairs walkways that go down, that go into a dry well, are not really adequate against the current rains that we're experiencing. So we're going to put canopies over some of those so that we get drainage out away from the building. So the $805,000 on the library is a combination of both long-term engineering and short-term immediate remediation and repairs. The other things that we're looking at, McCall, that's been defined as the worst roof that we have, and it's not a roof. I should be clear on this. There are 4 different sections of roof repair.
We're gonna do one, then we're gonna have to start engineering for the next, and then we're gonna do, we're gonna be in a little cycle here of replacing that.
And that also then falls out 4 years, 3 years later, that we have another set of roofs on McCall that are an additional $3 million that fall into it. Because that structure, through all the renovations and additions and everything else, I think it has like 11 or 12 different roofs on it, and they're all different styles, just to make it interesting.
Do you have you're not planning to fund the construction for town hall engineering either at fall or spring, so that would be a fall 24 request?
We're planning on immediate repairs, engineering and immediate repairs for town hall slate roof. But then we are not planning and not plotting out a long-term complete replacement. We're planning at this point on
But-
long-term ongoing repairs.
So you only have the 60,000, you
Right.
don't have the 560
No,
in?
not at 560.
So that would be
That'd
a
be in the FY '26 budget.
fall 24 request.
No, fall '26.
This is FY '20.
We're
This is
doing
our
FY
FY
'25.
I'm
'25.
thinking of town meeting, so this is
Oh,
this is our fall 23, the 60,000 will be funded at fall 23.
correct.
Yes.
And we would look for
And
the
you'd
rest of it.
request the engineering at fall 24.
Yes, and
Yes.
that might be small enough depending on where things go. Either we could use some, well, that's probably too far out for you guys to support with ARPA, but it's certainly something that's within the range of the building stabilization fund to afford at
All
500.
free cash available funds,
500.
or general fund.
Well, I
we've
mean, the
got-
engineering could get done sooner, so that we could, if that was on the table, funding it with ARPA.
Yeah, then we could do, yeah.
Yeah, it's going out, the engineering is going on in the fall.
Basically, we've got four sources of funding. We've got free cash, stabilization funds, ARPA, and an override.
And we have a recommendation on one of those, and you guys have our recommendation and control over 3 of those.
Got it.
That's why we're here with our tin cup.
Should have bought a wheelbarrow.
Any other questions? So what we'll do now is Beth's gonna go back and make a list of everything we've heard over the last several weeks, okay? And, we'll come back in September and start discussions about, at our September 11th meeting, of trying to see if there's anything we can pick off with ARPA, or how we wanna spend ARPA. And then kind of go from there with the discussions. I think over the last couple of weeks, you've gotten a flavor of what the capital needs are of the municipal side and facilities and things like that, so.
I think, too, we started the exercise of including CPA eligible project just in the spreadsheet, right? As we've said before, the
Yep.
CPA is not gonna solve everything, but that being a part of that as well.
Yeah,
So
that's-
we-
yeah.
So we can see.
We also, by that time, will have an updated final capital ranking, which will include water and sewer and cemetery.
So that's the plan, and is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you all.
Yes.
Thanks, Colleen.
Next time you need a briefing with bad news, just give me a call.
Good news, call me. Bad news, call me.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Enjoy the rest of the summer,
Mike.
everybody.
Mike,
Good to see you.
does you wanna do this?
Tennis court folks, yeah.
Cleared the room with your good news, nice job. Way to go, you always clear the room. All right, well, we're waiting for Mike.
Sorry about that.
No, do you wanna do your CPA update real fast?
Yeah, we'll jump in.
Okay.
Now,
So
where's the mouse now?
It's what?
It's just so funny what I have to do. So, I have to go over here now, watch, see the cursor here? I have to go like this. And it comes out,
Happens to be sometimes when I'm at
and it
my
comes
desk
out over
because I have
here.
my iPad, so it goes to being another.
all right, you're all set.
Shelley, want to start? Go ahead.
Yeah. So Community Preservation Act is
All right.
a smart growth tool.
So Mike, what
Yes.
they have at table is the first one you
Slightly
sent.
updated.
Okay.
I thought you had said printed out for them, so.
No, thank you. Yeah, this has been updated after Ken
Awesome.
and
So is this
the,
Mario's project? Condos, now it's apartments, now this is something different?
Or of course.
Mike's been busy.
Gotta stay busy, right? So, and just to kind of give a little background, Anthea and I and Jen Ryan and Ken Pruitt have been meeting as a kind of small working group to kind of move forward the initial stage of this to bring the board to our schedule and process for putting the Community Preservation Act on for spring 24 town meeting, and then for a ballot initiative during the presidential election townwide and fall. So, and hopefully I can read what is on here because it's very small, and I apologize, there's a lot of text. So as you have maybe looked over things before for the benefit of the public, it's the CPA is a smart growth tool, helps communities preserve open space, historic sites, create affordable housing, and develop outdoor recreational facilities. The CPA helps to strengthen state and local governments by expanding housing opportunities and construction jobs for the Commonwealth workforce. And you know, this is essentially an overall request for a surcharge that goes to fund the preservation of open space, historic sites, affordable housing, and outdoor recreation facilities. So it's specific to those uses.
So wait, what's the surcharge applied to? Is it to
so it's those
conveyance of property or?
Yeah, so it's those four objectives. So it could be, you know, used for affordable housing initiatives. It could be used.
It's a tax on your real estate bill.
That's what I asked.
Yeah.
Oh,
quarterly
sorry.
tax.
Yeah, that was looking for the funding source.
The funding source.
The point is like, it
is
just goes
us.
for one,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So other communities benefit from it, and we're not, because we don't have this, we're sending it to other communities.
We are. We're sending it out. So so it ultimately it's a local surcharge that there is a match from the state.
Soft leverage.
So you know, as we were talking earlier, it's good timing right after the capital planning discussion, because some of this will help those the capital deficit there, and it'll be good to finally have a state match for some of that, right? More revenue from the state. But it's not going to solve all our problems, and some of the problems that we're trying to solve are policy objectives like affordable housing, so they don't necessarily move the capital needle forward all the time, right? So it's harder to rely on. So, and there are over 200 communities that in the Commonwealth that have adopted the CPA as well. So we're a little bit late to the game, but I think it's time. So what ultimately happens is it creates a community level community preservation fund. We could vote town-wide to adopt no more than 3% of the tax levy against real property. For the value of property in Winchester, you know, we wouldn't be looking at up to 3%. That would be really a pretty big ask. So I would think it would be 1% or below, maybe between 0.5% and 1%. That will be decided later on as we further discussions and we go through the stakeholder process. And as I mentioned, the state will provide a matching distribution from the state's DOR managed trust fund. And as I mentioned earlier, the only communities that have adopted the CPA, both at the town meeting level and at townwide ballot, are eligible for the distribution. And one of the nice things too that I think a lot of people don't realize about the Community Preservation Fund is that you can bond and borrow and leverage those funds. You know that there's X amount coming in every year, so you can take on a larger project and put some of it towards a debt service on something. So
Aside from the most recent attempt at town meeting for CPA, have there been other attempts, discussions at the board over the previous 2, 3, 5 years, 10 years? And what was the resistance to it?
You know, I think it's like anything else. It was adopted at the state level in 2000, and hasn't. I think in 2010 or 2009, it was narrowly voted down here. But since then, we've had other overrides and other you know, things that have been. You know, it never seems to be a good time to put it on the ballot, right? We've got a large school override. We've got a debt exclusion override for flood mitigation. We've got all these things, and I think we didn't want to risk, you know, it failing because it was in the middle of a lot of other financial requests, right? But it really is necessary for a town like Winchester and the work that we do to pass this. So I think that's why we really want to get a head start on, even though it seems like it's far away, to bring this to townwide in a year, but there's going to be a lot of community outreach and connection with stakeholders. So,
Mike, can I just ask,
Yes.
if we set it at like 1%, let's say?
yes.
Can you change that to 3%, or like how?
Yeah,
how's
you
it-
can
is there
go
a
back.
process to go, like, does it have to be voted on again? Like,
Yeah, it goes back through the same process and can be increased, right, Anthea? I think
We'll have to
that's,
go to town
Town
meeting.
meeting again,
I
and
think
then?
town meeting,
ballot each time.
we can look for, but there is a process that you're able to change it. You could also say if we started high at 3%, you can also.
Lower it.
yeah, and at the 3% level, there are,
Additional.
benefits that you can receive. So there's a kind of once they distribute the fund for the entire year, there's a leftover amount of money that if you're at 3%, then you also get that additional. So it's like, if you pay more, you get more. But 3% is, I think, would be out of reach for Winchester based on our other needs, especially if we're looking for another debt exclusion override or larger school projects coming on. We still have Morocco that's not far behind Lynch. So as I mentioned before, we need to establish a study group, and that study group will be tasked with fact-finding and information gathering between today and fall town meeting. It will be comprised of stakeholder representatives who will write and submit a report to identify community needs, suggest possible surcharge amounts, and lay out a public outreach strategy. So public outreach will begin in fall of '23, leading into spring '24 town meeting vote and fall '24 ballot vote on the presidential election cycle. So really, this first stage of the study group is it's really the research and writing phase. So it's going to be a short period of time to do a little bit of work and involve representatives from stakeholder groups. So the first step, as I mentioned in our public outreach plan, is to identify stakeholders to research and write the study. The working group has met and recommends no more than 12 representatives from the following groups: Conservation Commission, Historical Commission, Planning Board, Affordable Housing, whether that be Housing Partnership Board, Affordable Housing Trust, or Housing Authority, or all three, Field Management, Recreation, School Committee, Finance Committee, and we would recommend at-large town meeting members as well be a part of it. So this would be this very initial stage, and then we would open it up to a broader stakeholder group when we kind of do the
Does that
more of the
include
campaign. Yep.
2 select board
That's
members
what I
as
was
well?
gonna ask, yeah.
So I count to like 8 or 9.
Yes, that's the
Yep.
the 4
Yep.
that we've been working with, plus this kind of 8. And just as a note, those first 4, after you do enact the CPA, and then you have your sort of CPA committee internally in town, that it's required to have a representative from each of those first 4.
I remember that fall town meeting. I was just thinking the 12 includes those people plus you 2. Right?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I thought, right? That's what I
Don't
was
worry
gonna.
about the numbers yet. That's not important.
No, no,
It's
I'm just-
I'm already with numbers. I just wanted to make sure that you guys weren't left off of it.
No, no, we're there.
Board should
We're
get a
there.
bullet,
SB
that's
members
all.
are like, what?
We're there,
Select
yeah.
board should have a bullet. You're not just the at-large people.
Right, exactly.
No, we're there.
I'm with you, Michelle.
Whether anybody
Okay.
likes us or not, but
Thanks.
yeah, I mean, I didn't put us there because we really see the working group as being kind of the framework around it. So, and we say, no more than 12, is that, it could be that the group is less, and it may be that some of these boards and these stakeholders say, we don't really have the bandwidth to send somebody right now. So it's a lot of work in a short period of time, but it is it's what's recommended from other communities that we've discussed as well to take this
Or
path.
they might just go to that first point too. As we're looking at this study committee, it's really to do the heavy lifting and to create this study report and to identify and answer some of the questions that we're asking. What percentage? Where does it come from? What can it fund? So there may also be folks on that list who might serve at the sort of endpoint of that study as saying we're available to review it, but we don't have the bandwidth to write. I don't want to scare anyone off, but don't have the bandwidth to write part of a report and contribute at that.
Do we have other communities done a similar study that we can use
Yes.
their good work to
Yes, they're.
as a guide?
Well played, yeah.
Yeah, we've, and that's what the Community Preservation Coalition has been helping us out with identifying communities that have done this recently that are similar to Winchester, but are, you know, really kind of the gold standard. And so we've identified some of those. So, you know, we'll, you know, I think we'll have a basic framework of the study when we start out, and hopefully that will help to not discourage people from getting involved in the process. Forget what else I got here. And also, town staff and department heads will support information requests and prepare for phase 2, which is focused on the communication with town meeting and residents. The coalition, Community Preservation Coalition, work with the study group to share best practices, as I just said, and support a strategy for townwide adoption. And as Anthea mentioned, the fund will ultimately be managed by a committee of residents who will make recommendations to town meeting for projects to support spending and disbursement. So what we're, I guess, asking tonight is to move to create a study committee led by the working group, move to request the working group identify members for the study committee by reaching out to the groups identified, request the study committee regularly update the select board and relevant stakeholder groups on that study, and permit the committee access to staff resources to create a study report, and request the study committee to report to fall 2023 town meeting and identify next steps leading into spring 2024 town meeting. So I think that's, yeah.
Just so I'm clear, the working group is you, Anthea, Ken Pruitt, and Jen Ryan.
Yes, that's
Okay.
right, yes.
All right. And the study committee is those 12 members that you were just talking about?
Yes, those representatives. And, you know, of course, you know, we didn't want to restrict the stakeholder request to necessarily members of those committees. So oftentimes, a member of a committee can appoint someone that is not on the committee to the board. So for something like this, that might be helpful.
Okay. Questions? Thoughts?
Does staff have available bandwidth to help with this?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an important priority, and we've kind of all been seeing the spring town meeting as our endpoint to try to get to this, so
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great.
I don't want to speak for Stacy in terms of what you might need from her, but.
Mike will.
Yep.
Yeah. Speak for Stacy. Say yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I think that we initially had discussed whether or not to specifically identify the comptroller's office, you know, as as part of the stakeholder group for the study group. But you know, I think we feel more of just kind of the outreach to the department heads through you, Beth, will be better for that.
So how does a warrant article get on for you all to report, or does the moderator just invite the study committee to give an update at town meeting?
Yes, I think that's what we would request to, just to give an update. It could be, you know, part of our regular report, or it could be independent of that. I think the moderator has shown in the past that if there is something like this that's a substantial project that impacts town meeting, especially that's going to be on for a spring town meeting,
Yep.
you know, if we could get 5 or 10 minutes for the committee to speak on the study.
And then I had this question, so I'm all good with all that action. When we, assuming it passes in November of 2024, we start to levy and collect, like, in January.
No.
In
July of 2025. So FY
So
'26.
the money's not available till
So that's my question.
27.
The money that we collect, I guess it's a question for the study group, does the money that's collected, it's only collected at deeds, right?
No. It's on your quarterly tax bill.
Right. So aren't we receiving revenue every quarter and then waiting for the state match is the delay? But aren't we actually realizing revenue every quarter that we collect real estate taxes once this is passed? And then the match is what's a year out? Or are we not actually realizing revenue? I guess that's a good question from the committee. It's like, literally show us, show me where the dollar goes. The first dollar collected under the CPA goes where? Here or to the state? If it goes here, do we need to certify it?
It has to be appropriated at town meeting.
Okay.
Right, so you can't just.
So
I just think showing, because I understand the state reimbursement, and I've done a lot of work with state and federal reimbursement over my career. I understand waiting for your match out of the pool, But what about the stuff that we're levying on our tax bills? Even if it's town meeting appropriated, could you appropriate in the fall? Could you appropriate in the spring? And then you then appropriate with the state matches? Like, what's the sequence of when we're gonna realize the money, when it can be spent while waiting for that state reimbursement to come in? Because I think we're gonna be able to make it kind of usable sooner than a year and a half. I could be wrong, but I'd like to see the dollars.
Even if the state match for that first cycle lags.
Yes.
Yeah, so, that's my sense, but we will certainly, get that, I mean, that is the big question, right? And as
Yeah.
part of our conversation with town meeting, about, upcoming, capital requests as well, that, we can help a little bit through the CPA, but in the short term, we're going to need additional revenue.
Absolutely.
So,
Oh, yeah. It doesn't solve it.
Yep.
I'm curious, how quickly can we access the first dollar?
So, are we, yeah,
you say 26?
I think it's FY '26 is when we can first.
Yep.
Are we okay with these action items?
Yes.
Okay, I think it's a
Yes.
good step. So is there a motion?
Move we create a CPA study committee led by the current working group. And request the working group identify members for the study committee by reaching out to the groups identified on the previous slide.
Second.
Is there a second?
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none? Passes. And then I think, do you need us to take an action item about request that the study committee do we need to take an action
I
item
don't
on
think
it?
so.
So
I
I
think
think that's kind of
Yeah,
we'll leave it on the agenda and you guys tell us when you want to come update, obviously.
I think it should be a static, agenda item.
Yep.
Can I ask a question on the composition?
Yep.
Do you want a specific member from capital planning, or are you assuming there might be some overlap between the?
I think there's gonna be some overlap, and, so, on the, so we'll, I think that's what we'll.
Or maybe that one of the at-large, town meeting members could be a capital planning committee person.
And are you two going to put this study committee, like put it all together? Do you need staff's assistance and?
We'll need staff support, but I think our goal is to put it together and get it, going, but, certainly staff will be, included in all our communications, and, it's, we will definitely need support, so.
Yeah, I think, probably in some level of transparency in posting our meetings, and potentially in hosting, if we do it on Zoom, hosting a Zoom, and then down the road at the end, as well as
Yeah, is this,
creating a document, potentially.
I guess my question is this, subject to open meeting law and posting requirements?
You can confirm with Jay.
Yeah,
Right.
but we could
Even if it's not, probably
err on
a
the
good
side.
idea
Yeah, no, I
to
think
have
it-
it all posted.
I think it is,
People
so
can
I
join
would-
if they want.
When we did it in 2018, there was a study group where I had to post the meetings.
Yeah,
I mean,
it makes sense to me it's posted, but.
Yeah, I think that we'll want to, right? As well, so,
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
it's just kind of getting things off the ground.
Okay.
Is the first step.
All right, well, thank you for that, Mike.
Nice work, you guys. Thank you very
Good
much.
job.
It was great.
Cynthia and Mike, good job. All right, moving on, we have the comptroller's teaching request, so, Stacy, I think all of you saw her email to all of us, she's got an opportunity to maybe teach a class at, Suffolk, in accounting, and I think great career opportunity for her. She seems to have worked it out so she can do it on her own personal time, but just needs our approval in order to do that. So does anyone have an issue with that?
Go Stacy.
All right.
Sorry, I have to run.
Nope. Is there a motion to do that?
Move that we approve the comptroller's teaching request as described in our packet, which I'm not looking at.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Michelle.
All All right. I'll wait for Michelle to come back on that. I mean, my agenda's all messed up. What do we have? Cable Advisory Committee Legal Services?
Sure.
So, I don't know if Beth, you want to say anything, but
Sure, yeah, so we, as we heard from the chair of the Cable Advisory Committee at the last meeting, we need to start the negotiation process with Verizon. So we have an attorney that we've worked with in the past, Bill Solomon. We have a proposal from him to move forward with that, starting that process. If the board supports it, just need a vote to authorize me to sign this evening.
Michelle, we're talking about the Cable Advisory Committee Legal Services.
Yep. Okay.
So Beth just summarized it. It was in our packet. Any questions on that?
No.
Any discussion? Everyone okay with retaining counsel
Yes.
to negotiate? Is there a motion?
I move that the select board approve the legal services agreement with Attorney William Solomon for the Verizon cable renewal process and authorize the town manager to sign the agreement.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Jumping back up to the Waterfield lot permitting. So I don't know if everyone's aware, but last week the permitting process kind of kicked off for the Waterfield lot. With the planning board, it's going to be a several-week process. You know, I wanted to just talk with all of you to see if, you know, if we wanted to engage in that process, you know, at all by either, you know, having me or someone appear to, you know, speak, you know, saying that we support the project, or send a letter to the planning board, just, you know, indicating our support, for the project. I don't know what people's thoughts were on that.
Like we should send some kind of communication, either in person or writing, in support of it, because we all support it.
Okay. Before I did anything, I just wanted to make sure I had authorization from
100%.
all of you to do that. So, do we need a formal vote on that?
I think the sense of the board is fine.
Consensus board?
Yeah, as long as you're all comfortable with it.
Just wanted to run that by you.
Yep.
Finance Committee appointment update. I sent you all a packet of emails that's gone on in the last 2 weeks. I just want to keep you all in the loop since you were kind of brought into it at the end of July. That, you know, seems like Dr. Miller has been working with town council on getting his questions answered about the process, and, you know, you saw all the emails back and forth. I think there were over 35 emails or something like that. So we still don't have a date to resume the process yet, but I think, you know, hopefully we get to finish the interviews and then discuss and deliberate. So that's kind of where we're at, but I just wanted to.
So is the process going forward next year going to be, everybody gets interviewed, reappointments and new candidates?
So I don't know the answer to that question, but I mean, I think at some point there should be some type of, you know, warrant article or something to kind of clean up and better define the process, because I think our town clerk has some strong opinions of what it should be, which is that, you know, it should be subject to open meeting law and that everyone should get interviewed. You know, the policy right now is very vague, and it's been done different ways, different years, so. But that's for other people to decide down the road, unless somebody puts a warrant article on about it. So, but, you know, it's just, it's been a little frustrating in that we've left, you know, 6 people kind of in the lurch here, so. But we'll see where we go. But just wanted to, like I said, keep you all in the loop because you were kind of brought into it at the end of July. Any questions?
So who sponsors that warrant article? It just seems like it's a mess. It's consuming all kinds of times, ridiculous allegations about a whole bunch of stuff that didn't pertain, and we should memorialize something to avoid this going forward. So everybody has clear expectations. If you're going to apply for something, this is the process. If you're applying for reappointment, this is the process. Maybe they're the same, maybe they're different. Then we apply the rules equally, year after year after year, and no one feels that they got shortchanged.
Sounds like a governance issue.
No? You get experience in governance. What would you say?
That's why you have predictable rules.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And don't have to be that hard.
It's the bylaws are very,
It's in the code of bylaws, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You should sponsor that warrant article, John.
will.
So it needs to be an article to change the bylaws.
and right
Chat
now.
GBT? Warrant article, please.
Right now, what it says in the bylaws, it's like the appointing authority, and essentially, that's for all of the committees, FinCom, personnel, whatever else that, equal opportunity that was dissolved in 1985, it's pretty vague on, who, but not how.
But to answer your question, there's several people that could sponsor an article to
Yes.
do that.
Got it.
But town council should probably weigh in and answer your question if you reach out.
He's
to them.
gone, but yes.
All right, any other questions on that? All right, so we're working through that. DPW Workers Union MOU, Beth? Sounds like we've got another potential union settled, which is great news.
Yeah, so we had met earlier in the summer and come to a tentative agreement, and the union voted to ratify on Friday, so we're here before you this evening. A lot of it is a language cleanup issue. We got a concession on our side regarding the snow and ice events and the snow and ice stipends. On the financial side, there was an increase of $100 per year for each category in the longevity. The COLA came in at 2.25%, 2.5%, and then an increase to the CDL stipend. There's 28 employees who currently receive CDL license stipends. Happy to take any questions.
So this is in our packet. Hope everyone had a chance to review it. Are there any questions for Beth? Seems like,
Obviously, I would imagine the unallocated wage reserve that personnel has covers the terms of the MOU.
all right. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. I think it's a good contract, good for everyone involved, so thank you to town staff for working hard. Thank you to our DPW as well, for coming to the table and negotiating, and, glad we were able to see an agreement reached. Is there a motion?
Move that the board approve the MOU for the local 888 of the SEIU Winchester DPW workers as presented on August 14, 2023.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Hearing no one opposed, it passes unanimously. And that leaves us with anything on fall town meeting articles? Updates or anything? We've talked about things here and there, but Beth, you have your list.
Yeah, this is mostly the same list we've seen. I don't think we'll have anything for the transfer station tipping building or for the 955 Main Street lease, so I think those two will probably be off. Obviously, there's still some questions on the few of these. I think there's a copy in your packet. The DOR form was approved that you guys voted at the last meeting for the Morocco culvert, which is good news. I appreciate them turning around so quickly, so that will move forward. I don't know if you want to spend a few minutes just talking about meeting schedule over the next
Yep.
Few months.
This kind of
So,
dovetails into this,
yeah,
right?
a lot of it has to do with, when the warrant closes, when the motions are due, and when you guys have to vote things. So, obviously, the next meeting is September 11th, and you'll vote your sponsored town meeting articles that night. The warrant closes on the 22nd, so the 11th is your only meeting before that. The next meeting is September 25th, unless we make a change there with a Jewish holiday. And then the next sort of town meeting deadline that we have is that the motions are due to the town manager's office on October 13th. And because of the Indigenous Peoples' Day holiday, we wouldn't have a meeting. So that holiday is October 9th. So Rich and I had talked about potentially having a meeting on Thursday, October 5th, whether it's a regular meeting or it's just really focus on the town meeting motions, I think is to be determined. So we just threw that date out there for discussion purposes. And then the next meeting after that would be October 16th, which is when you have to vote the warrant so that we can get it printed and sent out. And then October 30th, and then we get into fall town meeting, which is November, I was very optimistic, November 6th, 9th, and 13th, maybe the 16th. And then the end of November, November 27th, the potential regular meeting. So I think the question was that October 5th date, if that worked, or we wanted to try to find something, another date between the 25th and the 13th. I think staff was just looking for a little extra time between the 25th and the 13th to get the motions together.
Yeah, I think you just grab it.
Does that work for everybody? Sure. When's your daughter's wedding?
Excuse me?
When's your daughter's wedding?
I think September 8th
It's
or
being
9th or
recorded, you
7th.
better remember.
Well, someplace. It's the Saturday after, Labor Day.
Oh, okay.
Good.
So you'll be okay on Monday, September 11th? All your brain cells will be working?
Driving, problem.
All right, if this is okay with everybody, we'll kind of set
Yeah.
the schedule.
Yep.
It just helps staff out. All right, great. All right, so our next meeting, we're gonna vote our warrant articles, or at least placeholders, so
Mhm.
if you, I've asked several times now, if there's anything out there,
You know where I'm going. Rules.
ChatGPT, baby.
let us know. All right, I think that's everything on our business agenda. Did I miss anything, Patty, on the business agenda?
The only thing I missed was the appointment.
Appointment, yep.
So
You wanna do that?
I've appointed Mr. Tom Boulay to the Conservation Commission for a term to expire March 31st of 2025.
Do you need anything from us?
No,
Great.
just an announcement.
All right. All right, I think the only thing left is our consent agenda.
Mhm.
Any questions on the consent agenda?
No.
Do you have a supplemental consent?
Yes.
Yes.
Move that we approve the consent agenda as posted for Monday, August 14th, 2023.
Is there a second?
So what's going on there at the swim club, Rich?
We're not there, we're at the consent agenda, we're not at the supplemental consent agenda.
If you
Sorry.
second the motion, we can get there.
It's actually Hawaiian. John, it's Hawaiian.
I'll second that one.
All in favor? Aye. Great. Is there a supplemental consent agenda? And John, just to answer your question, it's Hawaiian night. Got moved.
Oh, can you bring guests?
You're welcome to come. Although I think they still have your picture on the wall. You're not allowed to do that anymore.
Move that we approve the consent agenda, the supplemental agenda, consent agenda for Monday, August 14th, 2023.
I will abstain from this vote, so
I'll second it.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I abstained, I meant to abstain. I abstained. I meant to- Just to force a habit at 10:05 at night. All right, is that everything?
Yeah, just note that the Main and Thompson Street closure is the Spirit Night event.
Yes, that's Glenn Doherty, that's the Glenn Doherty race. I'm training for it already. But it will, yeah, it's
Awesome,
Spirit
Lori.
Night. There's a football game at 6 o'clock, but on the street, all of our, well, hopefully most of our high school teams will be spelling their spirit wear and stuff, and the football team will march by, and be a fun night for the town, so. There's a band.
Yeah, cool. So that's fun.
All right. Meeting,
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, WinCam. Have a great night.
You.